I call this board meeting of the City Board of Directors for the City of Siloam Springs to order for June 2, 2020. Roll call.
Zappington,
Here.
Smiley,
Here.
Burns,
Here.
Hunt,
Here.
Whistler,
Here.
Coleman,
Here.
Carroll.
Here.
Would you please stand as Director Sappington leads us in our opening prayer and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, thank you for our community, for its uniqueness, the beauty, the strengths, and the weaknesses. I ask that we remember our duties as members of the board. May our decisions and vote always be the best for the community as a whole. May we listen to conversation tonight openly without judgment. May we ask questions to better understand the circumstances. May our judgment be unbiased, and may we always seek your guidance. In His name I pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. And at this time, I'd like to remind everyone in the audience and on the board, if you have an electronic device on you or in your pocket, make sure that it is silenced so that we don't interrupt someone who might be speaking when you get a call or text or whatever it might be. All right, board, you've each received a copy of the regular minutes of May 19, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there anyone who feels there need to be changes made to the minutes as you have received them? Being none, we will vote to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Minutes are approved. All right. Next is our public input period on our agenda. This is the time when the public may address this city board on any city business that is not listed on tonight's agenda. If you would like to address the board, we ask that you come to the podium, state your name and address, and make your comments.
Hello, everybody. I'm Arthur Holbert. I live at 20705 Highway 16 here in Siloam, and today's my 6-month anniversary being president of the Chamber of Commerce. And just want to take the next 3 minutes to provide a brief update for the board. Before I do that, I've watched a lot of TV the last few days, and I want you to know now more than ever, I'm overjoyed and thankful to live in Siloam Springs. And I personally do want to thank each of you on the board, our mayor, our city manager, Don, their staff, our police chief, Main Street, and also the many officers that keep us safe and make our town great. I also want to thank the city board specifically for investing in the Chamber of Commerce and the makerspace, and provide a very brief update of how the Chamber of Commerce has been serving the community over the last 6 months. As we all know, COVID has affected everybody internationally, and Siloam has not been spared. Specifically, what the Chamber's done, we've communicated phone calls to over 450 businesses and right after the CARES Act was passed, and we contacted them on the PPP. Basically, it's a loan that can be forgivable, and I know of over $4 million here in Siloam Springs that people got that will in all likelihood be forgiven because of those efforts. Also, specifically, we've worked really well with communicating with the city and other city leaders on the COVID response. I'm very happy with our city manager. Actually, our response, our meetings that we had were about 3 or 4 days ahead of most around the state and also on federal levels. We collectively met with JBU, we met with NSU, we met with Jody Wiggins with the public schools, and we addressed the issues, had a plan, put out posters, and disseminated them through at least 450 businesses and across various social media about 3 days before they were addressed at other levels. We've also been working, helping businesses get specific grants with the AEDC, and helping them get masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, and we're helping businesses get $1,000 grants for every employee they've got. And those grants are used specifically for masks like we're using, gloves, hand sanitizer, and what have you. In the last 10 days, The Chamber, we personally purchased 2,000 masks. We've distributed them free of charge to local businesses here in Siloam Springs. Basically, we focus primarily on restaurants and salons, trying to help them stay in business. So we're giving them money, helping them obtain money with grants for PPE, helping them obtain grants so that they can continue their employees for at least 8 weeks at a time. And also, too, with the assistance of the City of Siloam Springs and the approval of the board, I also want to provide a very brief update of the makerspace. It's progressing very, very well due to y'all's financial contributions and other local businesses. The walls are up, the bathroom's functioning, the HVAC is on. We've got a new garage, we've bought new equipment, and things are already being created at the makerspace. On April 1st, this was the first piece ever created at the makerspace. You may go, what that is, or what is that, right? That's a motor mount for a skateboard that a young entrepreneur who basically supported himself all through college with a 3D printer is debt-free, created a motor mount for a motorized skateboard. So it's exciting to see young men and women like that, entrepreneurs doing that. Another thing that was created by a different entrepreneur were these masks that were used here at the Chamber of Commerce. So very happy with the progress of the makerspace. Thank you for the generosity of the city. I also worked in conjunction with Mayor Turner, Representative Lundstrom, and I was able to do a video on a Sunday, actually, of a local business that basically on Waukesha that was used to making their money making pets or pet toys. And basically they changed their business using different 3D with different printing devices, laser printing devices, and now they print over 3,000 masks a day. I was able to go there, make a video, send it to Representative Lundstrom, who then immediately sent it to the governor. And now here in Siloam Springs, full face shields are being made to help protect people across our country. We've also created a deal, and that's over 3,000 shields a day are created there here in Siloam. We also helped organize a list of angel investors. As you guys know, a lot of our businesses are struggling. So we put together an invisible group of people who are helping to invest in local towns, businesses in our town to help keep them open and also purchase so that they don't go out of business. Last but not least, a lot of people ask me about dogwood. We are going to have that, even if there's snow on the ground. Right now, we picked a date that there shouldn't be snow on the ground. It's August 28th, 29th, and 30th. And if heat has anything to do with the virus, that virus should be dead, August 28th, 29th, and 30th. So anyway, I think my 3 minutes is almost up, but I want to thank you guys immensely for the sacrifice you guys do day in and day out to make our community well, and also for our city manager and our police chief and the officers there. Thank you all very much. I am available for questions if...
Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, being no one, then we'll move on to our regularly scheduled items, beginning with contracts and approvals. First is a dedication of utility easements for the 4300 block of Highway 412 East. Justin?
Thank you, Justin Bland, City Engineer. Okay, so on this first one, we have a just standard utility easements on the 4300 block of East Highway 412. This is associated with just a lot line adjustment plat where the applicant had to move an interior lot line. All the easements are just standard perimeter easements. Staff recommends approval and is available for any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Any comments from the audience? Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and or questions of staff. Being none, I'll entertain a motion to approve on the dedication. Yes, Carol?
I move that we approve the dedication of utility easements at 4300 block of East Highway 412 East.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion to approve? Being none, we'll vote on the motion to approve. Roll call?
Wiley,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Sappington.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next is dedication of utility easements and right-of-way at the 1100 block of East Lake Francis Drive. Justin.
Thank you, Justin Bland, City Engineer. The second one here is a lot split on the, as you said, the 1100 block of East Lake Francis Drive. Again, standard perimeter easements. This one's a little different because there is a right-of-way dedication across the frontage, which is just a standard per our master street plan. Staff recommends for approval and is available for any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Any comments from the audience? Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and/or questions of staff. Being none, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Yes.
Dedication of utility easements and right-of-way at the 1100 block of East Lake Francis Drive.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion to approve? Being none, we will vote on the motion to approve. Roll call?
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Sappington,
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Now we'll move into ordinances, and our first ordinance this evening is Ordinance 20-10, second reading, net metering code amendments. Phil Stokes? There's a little bit of delay between what they're hearing out there and what I'm saying in here, so staff is, if they're in the lobby, they're having to wait a minute before they can get up here, so. Bill?
Let me get my.
I think we need music sometimes. Maybe make the time go a little faster.
Thank
Phil.
you, Mayor, members of the board. Phil Stokes, Electric Director. In 2006, I completed my Master's in Leadership and Ethics at John Brown. And Dr. Jim Walters ingrained in us that the only thing that couldn't be taken away from us is our integrity. And so I strived with the things I'm getting ready to share with you, the numbers, the terms, they're a little bit overwhelming. And we have researched this and tried to make it as accurately as we can possible. The slide I'm showing you here now is the average cost that GRDA charges the city for 2019. It's 4.8 cents. And so if you boil down what they charged us for all the kilowatt hours that they delivered to us, that this is the average cost. Now you're familiar with the energy charge because I've been talking about that quite a bit here last board meeting, and it's 2.6 cents. But the other part of this is the demand. So there's two components to their bill, energy and demand. Energy is just the watts that's used by us. The demand is the highest usage that we have over the month in a 30-minute period. And so if you can imagine with me a sliding scale starting at the first of the month, and it's 30 minutes wide. And it's not an instantaneous reading, it's an average, okay? So as we use power over this 30-minute window throughout the month, whenever the average usage is the highest, that's when they take a snapshot, and that's the number they use to charge us for demand. Okay? That's kind of important because as we go on. So anyway, two main components to GRDA's cost. The questions that was asked is GRDA's contract good or bad? Well, back in the 80s, we signed with GRDA. SWEPCO was our supplier, and the GRDA was much cheaper. And so that's why we went with them at that time. They've proven to be reliable over the years, and they have constructed two large substations for our growth. We have a substation on the west side of town on State Line, and then we have one up north by Taunus that supplies power to the city. They're very large substations, and they're sized such that it will supply us for a long term with our growth that we're having. And it's interesting, back when SWEPCO served Siloam Springs, they had 1 feed into town. Now we have 5 feeds coming into town from GRDA. And so the redundancy there is just a great selling point for industry. Just the redundancy is exceptional for a town our size. In 2019, GRDA's contract was amended with a renewable energy limits, excuse me, in this contract. And so they limited how much renewable energy we could put on our system. It was in response to other municipals that they serve, what was going on in the market. And so that was just happened last year. Another item was brought up last time was Clarksville, and maybe we want to kind of explain here the difference between Clarksville and Siloam Springs. Clarksville is served by a total different power supply than we are. Okay, if you can kind of make out that mix is kind of compressed there, but OMPA is a market in Oklahoma that supplies Clarksville some of their power. They have some solar. They have some federal power allocations. And so one of the things that Clarksville has to do is they have to pay for the transmission rights to get power into their city that we don't. GRDA gives us what we call a full requirements contract. So they supply the substation and the transmission, providing us getting power into our city. And so, just want to stress they have different contracts. In their contract, Clarksville is allowed to have third-party solar investors. In our contract, we are not. Okay, you might notice up there in GRDA's mix, at the top it's got 18% wind and 20% hydro, and so that's 38% of renewables, if you will. And we mentioned last time that at sometimes we get like 71% renewable coming into Siloam Springs. Well, what happens is GRDA is governed by a group out of Little Rock that covers a 14-state area called the Southwest Power Pool. And they dispatch like 14 states with electricity. And they use the cheapest generation available at the time to get power to the customers. And so sometimes there's a lot of wind available, and a lot of hydro, a lot of rain going on, and so they will turn those generators on and not turn on some natural gas or coal, okay? And so, and at one time last year, for a period of time, we had like 71% renewable coming into GRDA's system that was supplying power to us. And so, but GRDA has, of course, wind out west and a lot of hydro. And so looking at rates, Clarksville has a little bit cheaper residential rate than we do, not much. We are comparable to Bentonville on rates, and we are quite a bit cheaper than North Little Rock. But as the state goes, we're kind of right in the middle of the mix on rates. The next slide I want to show you is the breakdown of our residential rate. We're using the 9.76 cents because that was what the rate was in 2019. Excuse me. That's the firm data that we have to go by. Every year, the ordinance allows us to adjust our rates using the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. And so this year, the rate was adjusted 2%. And so now our residential rate, if you look on the website, is like 9.98 cents. But we've used this 9.76 cents in our illustrations to just a firm number that we can go by. If you go through this list, the GRDA energy cost is 2.6 cents. The demand charge is 2.2, and that's where we come up to 4.8. And then we go down further. The 1.3 cents is what it says there. That's what it costs to operate the electric department. The operations and the maintenance cost, it's a firm number of 1.3 cents. And then the 2.43 cents, that is a part that contributes to the general fund. That's where we pay for the police, the fire, the parks, the library, community development, the pool, and administration. And so all these costs are paid for with this part of this 2.43 cents. Okay? And so everything that we enjoy and services to Siloam Springs is funded by this portion. And this last part, the 1.23, is when we grow, we have to look at adding on to substations, building new ones, building new lines. And so major capital costs is coming out of this 1.23 cents. We had a lightning strike last year at Moss Substation, and it destroyed a transformer. We had to replace it, and it cost us about $400,000 to do it. And so that came out of this fund right here. When we need to add another feeder, we bring out of this fund. We're getting ready to add on to Moss Substation because we're seeing growth in the southeast corner of the city. And so when we add on, we're going to pull out of this fund to make those additions for our growth that's happening. And so just want to stress that this 2.43 cents is something that funds everything that we enjoy, the protection from fire and the police offers us. And we're looking down the road with this proposal. This is not just something that's going to fix things next week. This is looking years down the road. If we don't do something, well, then we're going to lose what we enjoy, or we're going to have to raise in some other area, okay? And so for people who own their own electrical system, this is a real value, having this fund available. There was a article come out in the paper yesterday that the Public Service Commission made a ruling that talked about in it concerning solar and cost shifting. And so one of the concerns in the article was the Public Service Commission was if you reimburse solar on their full rate, well, then there's going to have to be some give and take there because we're taking from other funds and other ways of supporting cities' needs. And how do you do that? How do you make it a win-win situation there? And so just want you to point out there that this residential rate, this breakdown, is critical to our system. Some of the statistics that you might be interested in, kind of a busy slide, but it's kind of interesting. In 2010, we had one solar customer. And you can see how it's grown over the years. Now we've got three. I know we've got several more come on since this was printed. Here lately, just yesterday, there was another one come online. Anyway, we have a total of 26 customers. And GRDA, last year, in their renewable contract, they limited us to 100 kW for our customers. All right? And so we now have 167 kW of solar panels in the city. And so last year, the penalty was $266. That's not a big number, but as we more panels, that number becomes larger. And then, how do we keep absorbing this cost? Do we pass it on? That's some of the things we have to think about. Last year, we looked at what we lost in revenue. And you say, well, how do you come up with $13.50? If you look on the website, $13.50 kWh is the average output of 1 kW panel just for the whole year. Okay, that's just the average, counting all the rainy days, the cloudy days, or whatever. That's just an average output for our area of a 1 kW panel. And we took that times what we have here, 167, come up with that number. And so we calculated a loss around $22,000 last year because of the solar panels. Another question we had, what does the limit of 10 kW mean? It just means this, the size of panel that you can put on your house. 10 kW is, as we'll see here in a little bit, is pretty critical to the way we operate. And to give examples here, if you had a 300 watt panel, well, then you put 33 panels on your house and you get close to that 10 kW. 50 if you had 200, now they're getting up to 400 watt, 500. The technology is making it so that you can become more and more efficient with these panels, and so this 10 kW just is a limit on what you can put on your house. This curve shows what our load looks like throughout the summer months. We have 8,226 customers. And when they get up in the morning around 8 o'clock, they got their hair dryer going, something's cooking on the stove, or whatever you can think of electrical. And so we have this little peak here. And then they go off to work, to school, or whatever. And then they start coming home around 4 o'clock. In Siloam Springs, our peak is around 3:45, 4 to 5. This last month, it was right at 5:30, I believe. And so this is kind of the curve that we have in the summer. The winter, it's interesting, it's just the opposite. It peaks in the morning around 8, and then a smaller peak in the afternoon. But in the summer, this is kind of what the load curve looks like. And going back to that sliding scale I was talking about, if we slid this scale along here around 4 p.m. in the afternoon, is when that snapshot would have been taken, and they would have determined the demand charged for our bill from GRDA. The interesting thing is we have never peaked in this valley down here, this time around noon, from 11 till 1 or 2 o'clock. We have never peaked during that time. It's always been in the morning in the winter or in the evening in the summer. This is what the solar panels do throughout the day. They tend to peak anywhere from noon to 2 o'clock. From between noon and 1 o'clock is when their peak time is. Okay? And they average about 4 hours of production. That's kind of the usable power time that they have. Right now, percentage of customers we have, solar is 0.3%. Okay? And so the reason we don't credit for demand and energy is because the solar does not peak during our demand time, and so there's no value for the demand portion of our bill, only energy, because they do not reduce our peak. Now, some of your more sophisticated systems, what they'll do is they'll charge up batteries, and then they will turn these batteries on during the peak, and they can shave during that time if you use a battery system. But most people don't want to get into that added expense just for peak shaving. And so just want to point out that solar does not peak during our time. Here we have a standard residential design on providing electricity to homes. You have the main line coming in, you have a 40 amp fuse, and it's tapped off of that, the 5 amp fuse, to a transformer that's rated at 25 kW, and it serves 4 houses. People do not use electricity at the same time. Somebody's cooking, somebody's drying clothes, they're doing whatever. If everybody turned everything on in the house at the same time, we'd burn up our transformer. But people just don't talk to each other and say, okay, now we're going to all turn things on. Okay, that's just, they don't do that. And so therefore we can get by with a 5 amp fuse protecting our transformer, feeding the house. Well, you can tap this fuse between the 40 and the 5 and go out and feed 50 some houses. Okay, and that's pretty common what we do in the city. And so we have a 40 amp fuse that will be feeding 50 homes because nobody uses electricity at the same time. Okay, well, the next one is, this is what happens when we put solar panels on the system. Here in our example, we have 25 kW panels, and the question was asked, why do we limit on the size of panels? Well, if we don't, we can cause all kinds of problems to the system, because here we just have 4 homes feeding the same way we talked about before, using the 25 kW panels, okay? And these 4 panels, okay, on a day when people, let's say for instance, these 4 homes here, they've all talked, they said, solar's good, we need to all get us a 25 kW panel. And so these same people say, you know, it's a sunny, nice, pretty day, we're going to all go to Silver Dollar City. And so they leave, it's a mild day, air conditioning's not going, nothing in the house is going on, but these panels are putting out because the sun's shining. And what they can do is backfeed that transformer, overload it, blow the 5 amp fuse, because now we got 14 amps going back on the system, and it's going to blow this 40 amp fuse because now we got 94 amps going on the system. Okay? And so we have an example here of 50 homes. We didn't put the number for 50 homes. We just said half of them put on solar panels. And so you can see what can happen is when you design a system for load, and now we have generation out there, it can cause things to melt down. We don't have that problem now because we just have 26 customers who are spread out over the city. But if they all lived right next to each other, served off the same transformer, we would have issues with these panels when the sun is shining and nobody's using electricity. And so that's why we want to limit it to 10 kW. With 10 kW, we have our 25 kW transformer is overloaded a bit, but it can handle a little bit of overload. Our 5 amp fuse probably won't blow. And now we're below our 40 amp fuse with 35 amps with these situations here. So that's why it's critical that we limit the size of the panels. And here's a typical substation. We got 3 breakers feeding load on a circuit coming out off these breakers. You have a variety of loads, commercial, industrial, and residential. And so all kinds of things are happening. If we had out at Stonecrest, if we had these customers backfeeding solar into us, there would be a real concern that we could start overloading feeders, okay? Because if we don't limit our demand-setting customers to 100, then they go up whatever they want, and then we have all kinds of things happening on the system because we have generation now and not a load, okay? And so we can supply these solar panels, these new systems, but it's going to take money to do it if we don't limit what's going on. Just a little numbers here. If you want to construct an additional feeder, there's things involved here, numbers here, and it can get pretty pricey, $357,000. Right now, we are expanding our Moss substation, like I talked about earlier, for the growth going out there. A typical substation costs about $3 million. And so if we have to build a new substation, we've got to plan ahead, and we're getting there. We're looking at it. We got over 1,000 housing units on the books right now to be built. And so growth is good, but it comes at an expense, and that's why it's so critical that we have money and savings to pay for it, and we get that through our rate. Another question was asked, what's the impact on the new policy on our solar? Taking the 10 kW panel that we've used in our example and using the 13.5 for the average output of the solar panel, then we come up with these numbers. It's interesting, our average solar panel size on our system right now is 6 kW. Some getting a little over 10, but some of them a little less than 6, but that's our average size of panel on our system right now. Our current policy, assuming that all the energy that the consumer makes with their panel is used and not sold to the city, then you would come up about a $1,300 savings on the customer receive about this much. With a new policy, using the same 10 kW panel, they would have a credit of about $351. And so that's what the impact will be on a 10 kW panel. GRDA, as I mentioned, requires the city to own their solar. They have allowed us to have up to 20% of our peak. And so our peak is around 61, 62 megawatts in the summer, and so that would be close to 12 megawatts we could put on our system. So if we went out and bought a solar panel system, we could have up to about 12 megawatts of solar generation. We did some requests from other companies that install floating systems, and one company sent us back some estimates, and for about $20 million, we could get close to 12 megawatts that were allowed from GRDA if we spent $20 million to float those panels on our water storage system. So we can do it. We have a pilot project like we talked about, and we're trying to grow that as the budget will allow. And we also are looking at ways for the customers to get involved in participating in that program. But it's just kind of pretty expensive. I just kind of want to review kind of what we talked about last time, the simple metering here. We have a home, got a meter, and the city is providing the power. Using, in this example, is 1,000 kilowatt hours is what the home is using, and using the 9 cents, coming up with $97.80. If we go to, right now, this is our current policy. The way we're doing it is that this home is using the same 1,000 kilowatt hours. This solar panel in our illustration is putting out 600, and the home is using just 1,000, so 500 is coming from the city, 500 is going to the home, so it has 100 kilowatt hours left over, and it's getting the credit of 2.6 cents. Our proposal here is, this what we're proposing is that to keep the city from losing revenue, that for this same 1,000 kilowatt hours, then the customer would pay for all the electricity that they're using. And we would buy all the electricity that they're making with their solar panels at the 2.6 cents. And so that's the difference there of 82.20. And that protects the city's revenue. You know, if a person had a car and they saved up for it and bought the car, and they got to thinking, you know, this is my car. I can drive it however I want. And so I go out in the yard and I drive it around and go out in the field and cut donuts and go as fast as I want. But once that person goes on the highway, they are now exposed to rules. They have to drive on a certain part of the road. They can't go as fast as they want. They have to stop at the stop signs. And so there's rules that they have to go by. And so what we're saying is, you know, you can put solar out there and you can build it as big as you want, but when you connect to the grid, now you're part of the public highway. And if you don't follow the rules, then we can melt the system down, so to speak. And so that's kind of what our ordinance is involved. We ask that you'd approve it, and available for any questions.
Thank you, Phil. Any comments from the audience? If you'd like to make a comment, you need to come up to the podium, state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Hyde. I live at 1905 Villaview Drive, Siloam Springs. Questions. I have some comments, but I would, if could help. There was a couple slides on the math earlier on, and I wasn't quite following the math to get to the 22,000 of the lost revenue. Seemed to be that maybe a couple of numbers being multiplied. I didn't quite catch all that. I'd love to see that if I could. But also, maybe more strategically, what percent of the city's budget is the 2.43 cents that we're talking about, all the amenities and benefits and the good quality of life types of things that's paying for? And what percent of those services is paid by the 2.43 cents? I'm trying to get an order of magnitude understanding of what we're talking about from an overall budgetary standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Chet. Did you get those questions on there? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Phil.
Larry Kennemore, 207 Western Hills Drive, Siloam Springs.
Larry, can I ask you a question? Well, never mind. Go ahead.
Thank you. City board members must reject Ordinance 2010. This ordinance creates a virtual solar desert in Siloam Springs, endangering net metering and urgently needed just transition to a clean and resilient energy. On behalf of Siloam Springs solar users, producers, and citizens, I and the following organizations, including Energy Democracy, Environmental Justice, Solar Workforce, Consumer Advocates, faith organizations, and Environmental Education, urge the board members to reject this ordinance, seeking to literally kill all future solar and net metering programs in the city of Siloam Springs. The ordinance threatens crucial solar and net metering policies and obstructs the urgently needed clean and just energy transition to address historical, environmental, and climate emergencies. The ordinance threatens to dismantle the solar and net metering in Siloam Springs by endangering the existence and growth of solar development within Siloam Springs. Solar and net metering programs have been the cornerstone drivers for community, household, and business investment in distributed solar energy for many years. Net metering policies fairly credit solar customers for the electricity their panels generate. This ordinance would jeopardize long-standing state and local policies that support the existing solar systems serving Siloam Springs. Such an outcome is especially egregious in the wake of the COVID-19 emergency, where families in Siloam Springs cannot afford this invisible taxation that comes from paying their energy bill within the city without their knowledge. That is, this ordinance is disguising the following facts. A major portion of the City of Siloam Springs budget is derived from the profits of the city electrical system. This budget income is essentially an invisible tax, which Mr. Stokes just said is 2.3 cents on every home and business in Siloam Springs. The City Board approved this amendment back in June 2019. This amendment came about the same time the Arkansas legislature was passing the new solar law. This issue is only about the fiscal impact on the city budget. The ordinance calls for the city electrical to create another revenue stream from private citizen solar generation. Further dismantling Siloam Springs solar generation and net metering policies obstructs future growth of distributed solar systems within Siloam Springs and lower electrical bills, and the immense climate benefits, health benefits, and other economic benefits associated with distributed solar systems. Particularly in the wake of the current public health and climate emergencies stifling this economy and resilience building systems, this is unacceptable. I'll give you an example. Hurricane Maria in 2017 hitting Puerto Rico and completely destroying their electrical grid. Neighborhoods survived in Puerto Rico because a large portion of the homes in Puerto Rico had solar, and they were able to share this solar with their neighbors. What happens if a tornado or some other disaster event hits Siloam Springs and we have no resiliency systems within our city? In Siloam Springs, we have a university that is heavily invested in teaching and developing alternative energy jobs for the future. And here's an ordinance that literally kills any future solar for this city. Is this an example we show to those students that will surely leave Siloam Springs and move or return to other communities? Net metering policies and distributed solar systems are foundational to achieving Arkansas and the nation's urgently needed clean and just energy transition to address historical environmental disasters, fight the climate emergency, and ensure long-term resilience. As we tackle the climate emergency and make the urgently needed energy system reforms, it is critical that new energy paradigm not only be powered by clean and renewable energy, but also pioneer electricity structures that build community resilience and distribute wealth, power, and decision-making about energy choices equitably. Solar is vital to that future, delivering benefits of the equitable community development, a customer's choice, energy security, and resilience of this community in the long term. As millions across the country face the threat of electricity shutoffs due to the coronavirus precipitated job losses, it is apparent that the ever decentralized solar systems can help families generate their own power and decrease dependence on dirty, centralized generation to weather such crises, only sure to increase in the face of the increasing climate impacts. Critically, this ordinance raises several claims. And I'm going to say that I'm not going to use any scare tactics.
Larry, excuse me a minute. Do you have a whole lot more to go? Cause
about one more page is all.
Because we do ask for 3 minutes. I've been real lenient, but you're
Okay.
way over the 3-minute limit.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, all right. So here's the questions we should ask them. And that is, how was this board informed about this new agreement and contract? Did the board know that they were limiting solar power in Siloam Springs and restricting the rights of citizens when they voted on this amendment? Was the board informed that Exhibit D did not require board approval? Is there a charge if a home or business generates all the electricity they need and never use any city electricity? Because the new solar panels are coming out will do that. What lines or switches would need to be upgraded if more homes have solar power? How would there be an overload on the City of Siloam Springs electrical system? And I'd like to ask this question since in May of this year, the city paid over $40,000 for their own electricity that they used. Does this new amendment keep the city from installing solar for their use in all the buildings, wastewater treatment, street lights? And that was a low month. So that means $500,000 a year the city is spending for electricity that could be saved by solar. How does the city allow itself to rely on a major portion of their budget coming from one revenue source, the profit from the electrical sales in Siloam Springs? Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Maybe for the third Robbie Castleman, 1609 Savannah Lane. Maybe for our third meeting, because I just, one thing I didn't understand, I know that we're limited to the 10 kilowatt limit on our panels, but the illustration that Mr. Stokes used for the meltdown thing was 25 kilowatt panels. And I don't know if I understood that correctly, but I want to know what that would look like with the actual panels that we're limited to have, which is fine. That's plenty. That's all you need in a normal home. According to the contract between the city and GRDA, solar customers are limited to a total cumulative amount of energy equal to 20% of their energy peak established during the calendar year before the date the customer's solar facility went online. Well, when I read that, I went to check in 2019. We got our solar panels in January of 20, and I checked on our last year's bills from the city that our peak was in October of 2019. And I looked at that and I went, well, yeah, we had the two girls living with us then. We had taken in two women who did not have another place to live and got them through a really rough patch in two of their lives. And they're girls. They use a lot of electricity and a lot of water. And so I thought, well, that's the peak. And 20% of our peak would have been 290.4 kilowatt hours as a limit, if I'm reading that correctly, and I'm quite sure I am. So I want to say two things. If you are determined to impose this ordinance upon Siloam Springs, and I'm fussing at the GRDA, not you fine people. I think we were snookered somewhere along the line, and it's a bad contract. And there just has to be some way we can look at it more closely. But I want you to consider two things just to keep me calm. One, I just think that the basis of that 20% should not be on the peak. What would it hurt for GRDA, to allow the average of an entire year to be used? Right? Why not? Why pick when you're using the most and as though that were the norm? Because for a lot of our homes, that in fact is not the norm. And the second thing I would ask the board to do if this ordinance does go through is to extend the grandfather clause to 25 years so I don't have to mess with this again. I would also say with what little we save on the stuff we send back to the city, it's really not all that much, that maybe to just offer the solar citizens an option to say, you don't have to pay me for the electricity I give you. I love my city. And you want my extra that I'm not using? Well, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You can have it for free.
Thank you, Robbie. And we want to keep Brett happy, so please. So,
Brett Castleman, 1609 Savannah Lane. Now, if Robbie lives another 25 years, I hope I'm outlive her, actually. I'm going to take this off for my own comfort. In the background paper to the ordinance, it states that the solar cost to the city per solar customer is $697.77. And so when I heard that the penalty fee for the city per agreement with GRDA was $260, I assumed that penalty for me having solar panels was $260, which left unaccounted in my understanding the additional $437.77 that my solar was costing the city, and I don't know how that $437.77 was figured. Then I learned that actually the $260 is the total for all the solar customers, 26. So my liability is only $10. So I still don't understand what the $687.77 that isn't the penalty, how my solar is costing the city that much. So if I could have in time an explanation for that figure, it would help me a lot. Also, I have a question about the contract under the purpose section, where it says the board finds the following in paragraph B: the city seeks to afford each electric customer a fair opportunity to build and utilize solar power without imposing cost or limiting the opportunities of other customers. I'm not sure what the opportunities of other customers that are being limited by a few solar customers are. An explanation of what those opportunities are would be helpful for me, but otherwise maybe change the language in that particular part of the ordinance if nothing else changes. But I have a further question. In what way is a solar customer afforded a fair opportunity to build and utilize solar power when the city is wanting to charge that solar customer for using electricity that the customer has produced himself for his own personal use with equipment which he has purchased? I know driving on the highway, I have to limit my behavior that I wouldn't perhaps have to do if I were out in the field that I owned. But I don't see how that illustration, which Mr. Stokes gave us, really addresses the fact that you want to take money from me for what I produce, ask me to pay you for what belongs to me. The wording of the ordinance and comments by the board members in the past imply that the solar customers are imposing costs, are limiting opportunities of other customers. And it's has been previously said that we're causing a $679.77 loss of revenue for the city. But since purchasing equipment and producing solar is not illegal for a customer, and since, as stated last week, the board is in favor of renewable energy sources, I would argue that any costs that are imposed on non-solar customers or any opportunities of other customers are limited. And if the city is losing revenue, it is the result of the contract that the city signed with GRDA and not the result of the customers who have the solar. And therefore, the burden of responsibility for addressing the city's financial problem should be done in a way that does not unfairly penalize solar customers who are acting legally and being environmentally responsible. For example, the background paper that accompanied the ordinance under paragraph fiscal impact stated that the typical residential customer installs a 10 kilowatt solar panel, they will be saving an average of $1,395.55 annually, but the city's losing approximately $697.77. It goes on to say that under the new revised policy contained in this ordinance, the customer would save an average of $370 annually, and the city would have no revenue. But that means that the solar customer is losing, at least in energy savings, $1,024.59, because that customer is paying the city 9.8 approximately, or 9.78 for the energy that we have generated for our own use using our own equipment. That amount would be that $1,200 would be to the city's benefit from a solar customer. And you take from that the $697 that the city says it's losing, then that more than offsets a $697 loss by the city, and the city would be gaining over $300 of money that I paid for energy that the city didn't either produce itself or pay for in order to distribute to customers. And so I don't see how that fits the fairness language that's listed here in this ordinance. Were there any other policies or formulas that were considered by the board as a possible way of addressing this? Why not? I thought, okay, if I paid last year 9.78 cents for electricity before I had solar, my cost for the 11,407 kilowatts that I bought was $1,115.60. If the cost of that electricity had been 0.002 in addition, so that I paid actually 9.8 cents per kilowatt, then I would have paid $1,117.89, an increase of $230 for the year. There are 8,000.
Rick, I need you to wrap it up.
Okay,
please.
that's less than 24 cents a year or a month. Okay, multiply that by 8,000 customers. You have around $18,000 by just a very, very minimal increase in a fee for everybody. And that seems to me a much better way to address the city's concerns at this point than putting the primary burden upon solar customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. And I am going to ask, we need to move this along, folks.
Oh.
We are almost an hour into this meeting, and we haven't even turned it over to the board. I've been very lenient, and we have a policy of 3 minutes. I haven't asked anybody. Mr. Kindermore was the first person I asked, and Chuck, I'm not picking on you here
No, sir.
or the
Understand.
Castlemans either, but I know we're passionate about this, but we got to move on, and we got a lot. This is the longest agenda we've had in a long time, and we're going to be here late tonight, and this is not Fayetteville. We don't go late like that. So
Understand.
let's try to pick it up a little bit, please.
I'll be brief, Mayor. Thank you, and Board. So I haven't studied this in detail. I do ask that the board consider alternatives here. I appreciate, I'm an engineer by background and a businessman by trade. I appreciate the cost and the nature of the city's financial model and the reality of capital infrastructure. That's inescapable. That's a reality that we have. I think if a provider came along and said that the city were involved with and said, hey, we're going to change your terms on you, that probably wouldn't feel very good. And I appreciate the reference to Dr. Walters. I too studied under him, and the reference to integrity. And I just would ask the board to consider the integrity of this decision and the integrity of changing the terms. I don't think it's simply a math problem or a revenue problem. I thought we could agree that free and clean energy was a good thing. I am leaving here tonight thinking that we can't agree that renewable and clean energy is a good thing from what I've heard. A case was made that solar is bad because our design can't handle it. I think the difference that I'm seeing is a difference in mindset, a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. I'd ask you to vote no because nothing needs to be, not because nothing needs to be done. I think something does need to be done, but I think we could pursue a smarter, more strategic, more long-term answer. We shouldn't be creating disincentive to clean energy. We can't count pennies, and we can't, or we can count pennies, or we can be strategic. I'm counting on this board to be strategic, not only on this issue, but on every issue that you consider. And so, rather, I would just ask that you consider what's the long-term strategy to move forward toward renewable clean energy in Siloam Springs. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Trish Humans. I'm at 701 Mimosa Street. I'm going to go fast because everybody's said some really great stuff that I agree with. I think that there's just a couple things that I feel like everybody that has solar energy, we want to pay our fair share. And when I got this letter in February that said that I wasn't, I was confused because every one of us that has solar panels, we still buy electric every day, and we pay 9.8 cents, just like everybody else. We happen to have a source that produces some electricity that allows us to not have to buy from the city some of our electricity, and when we have a little bit left over, we sell it to the city. But we don't sell it to the city for 9.8 cents. We sell it for 2.6 cents. And so the city makes almost a 400% profit on our electricity. And so we are still, I'm not sure, I agree with the others that have spoken, I still can't see in the math how we're not paying our fair share when it comes to the electricity that we're selling to the city. I mean, if there's like wires or something that we need to pay for or something, we want to know about that so that we can do that. We want to pay our fair share. But the other aspect that we're talking about here, which is interesting because the revenue, the idea of loss of revenue was never really brought up in the letter that we were sent. And so that's kind of something new that I'm thinking about here, you know, the idea that we're losing or we're costing the city money because we're using something that we produce ourselves, or we're not buying our electricity from the city. And I think, you know, my kids do high school speech and debate, and one of the things that we teach them when they are debating is, you know, you hear the problem and you hear the affirmative team get up and they give a solution to that problem. Well, the negative team's job is to get up and take the logic from that solution to its logical conclusion. And if you're gonna apply the logic of this ordinance, you need to apply it across the board. If you're going to say that, you know what, we don't really like the idea that people that have solar panels are not buying their electricity from the city, so how can we negate that? How can we discourage that? Well, let's make it unaffordable. That's kind of the solution that's being offered here. But there's a lot of things that we do in our homes. I mean, I'm sure you turned your lights off last night when you went to bed. That's bad for the city, costs them revenue. Or maybe you have insulation in your walls or your ceilings. That's bad for the city. But you do that, and we agree as a community, we understand that we all have the right to do things in our home to save money. And we're okay with that. When you see someone at Lowe's and they're buying insulation, you do not think to yourself, oh, I cannot believe that they are buying insulation because they're going to reduce the amount of electricity that they're buying from the city, and it's going to possibly raise rates in the future. We don't think like that. We say, good for you. hope it works. Maybe I'll try it too. We all agree as a community that all of us collectively do things every day to reduce the amount of electricity we use in our home. Maybe you have ceiling fans, or maybe you shut the windows in your house when you turn on the air conditioner. Of course, I happen to put some solar panels on my roof. We all do things every day, and I think if you ask the community, they would say that they are okay with all of us collectively doing things to save money in our home with our own private property in the privacy of our residents. And it may result later on down the road that rates may go up $1 or $2, but they are okay with that because they would rather have that happen than the city come into your home or pass an ordinance that requires you to leave your lights on 24 hours a day. Think of all the revenue that we would get if we had an ordinance like that. But that's crazy. We would never be okay with that. And so that's what we're talking about here, is the fact that we have a right, we have an understanding in our community that it is okay to do things to save money in our home with our private property. If we need to pay our fair share, we want to do that. Tell us how we're not doing that, and we will do it. But if you're passing this ordinance because you're afraid that you're going to lose some revenue, well, we need to apply the logic of this ordinance across the board. Are we going to do that? Are we going to pass an ordinance that says everyone has to leave their lights on? Of course not. We would never do that. But that's what you're doing. You're going to go home tonight. You're going to turn the lights off in your house when you go to bed. Enjoy that right, because if you pass this ordinance, that right is taken away from those of us with solar panels. This is a bad ordinance. Isn't it weird that we have an ordinance before you that has had no impact no input of any kind from anybody who owns a solar panel? Let us come together. We want to work with you and come up with a solution for whatever would be deemed our fair share. We want to do that. Please vote against this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and/or questions of staff.
Mr. Mayor,
Brad.
I'll kick it off. So for those of you that attended the last board meeting, I'm 1,000% behind change. The change I'm talking about frightens each and every one of you. And you spoke about it because you're afraid of something that is in theory is out there. So I'm listening to you. I've read this. We hired the city administrator to run the city. Phil is one of the most educated folks we've had in our electrical department with a background with GRDA. His education is outstanding. He brought this to us. I'm real simple. Greatest good for the greatest number of people. You're either proactive or you're reactive. You're asking the majority of Siloam, your 0.3, to pay for being green. I love it. I've got some families in my neighborhood that would love to have the utilities increased. In fact, Renee will tell you that the folks that I had to bring in last year that couldn't pay bills, they were reaching out to me, how do I even make my bills? I'd love to give them an increase. That would be quite interesting. We're eating some costs. We're working with people. We're in the middle of a pandemic that's causing a financial burden on the city, and we have to be proactive instead of reactive. Change in Siloam Springs takes time. I am proud that you guys have chosen to go solar. It is a major investment with a long-term payback. You knew that going in. You knew when you moved into the city that where we get our revenue source. Our forefathers before us, well, you need to do your research. You're very intelligent people. Folks that move here from out of state, California is an example, born there, didn't stay long, but born there, came back, guess what? You do your research. I do my research when I go do work in places. You do your research. So that's where we get our funding. That was a great contract that has served us for a long period of time. We need those revenues to take us into the future. If we're going to start transitioning to green, and Lord, I hope we do, it's going to take time. I want a lot of changes, Siloam. One of them is we have to create revenue that's going to offset, not my generation, the next generation, the generation after that, to offset the loss in revenue as we start to run out of that contract and we start to transition into green. It takes time. We have to start somewhere. This is a start. A friend of mine, 12 years was good. He sent several correspondence emails to everybody. He dropped off the radar. Now, I don't know if a squeaky wheel is going to get, if we're going to grease that up. I'm sympathetic to you, but I'm not that fairly hardcore when it comes to revenue. That siren just went off. I lived at that firehouse. Not the Taj Mahals they have today, not the equipment that they have today. 5 to 8 years without pay raises. We didn't have the revenue. This electrical revenue that goes out there kept the city afloat, and the city employees went stagnant. We lost people. We don't have union contracts. We're a right-to-work state. We tried to bring in a lot of things. I was that voice. I stood right up there at that podium as a city employee with my job being threatened, and we were working on a JSEP scale. We've had to extend hiring for PD and FD way beyond our boundaries, because back in the day, everybody stayed in Siloam, and this is where they were at. These services are what provide the very basics underneath Arkansas Municipal League that we're required to provide for you as a citizen. And when we start dipping into that, it's a nickel today, it's a dime tomorrow, and then it's $1. And what those add up, they're hundreds and thousands, it's $500,000, and then it's $1 million. We've already cut the budget 1.3 million, 6.8%. And I don't know if we're going to get that back. In fact, I don't know if we're going to have that conversation on this board and address the city administrator and say, hey, here we are into the fall. We need to dip into reserves to get some projects back online. I mean, we've got real conversations coming up. I feel your pain. I disagree. I think it's fair. Greatest good for the greatest number of people. That's what we have to do. Thank you.
Brad? Any other comments?
I understand a lot of points that Brad made, and I understand a lot of points that the people in the audience made. One of the questions I asked Phil during this was, does this proposal discourage future renewable energy initiatives, or is it trying to partner? A couple of weeks ago, the board of directors had a meeting to look at our 2021 goals, and one of the goals that were mentioned was green. We want to be green. And Phil, he is amazing. We are lucky to have him. But he also stated that this isn't going to affect us next week. It's not going to affect us probably 6 months from now. But I understand it's going to affect us in the future. And my stance is, there's multiple stances I have on this. As Trish identified, it sounds like the solar customers are willing to work with the city and come up with a plan. And I've been reading a lot about solar. I know more about solar now than I ever have, even after working at Fayetteville. And I guess I feel like that we should be sitting down with these customers and coming up with a plan that works for everyone in the city. And I think it is possible. I do have a couple of questions for Phil, probably. On the GRDA, I was looking at the GRDA contract, and I forgot to look at about how long it was. Have we looked at SWEPCO recently and the price comparison, or is that not even something we could have considered, just doing a comparison for GRDA and SWEPCO?
I haven't recently looked at SWEPCO's rates. No, we got the contract through 2042, so.
Oh, okay. So that's why. That's why I was wondering about that. And you mentioned Bentonville. How is Bentonville like Siloam Springs? Do they have the same utility where they own their electricity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's another question I had. Okay. That's all the comments I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
Mr. Mayor,
Indy?
a couple of things. Thank you for answering questions that have come up so far, Phil. And I know you've got more homework to do over the next couple of weeks because we've got other questions, and I appreciate that you all are here to ask these questions. I know I've been working behind the scenes with some of you to get some of the questions answered, and it's all good. I appreciate the communication. Couple of comments that were made. Chuck mentioned that it seems like the message that we're sending is solar is bad. That's not the interpretation I have of it. I think we just may be looking at it differently. I feel like it is a goal to encourage people to be environmentally friendly. I have said at the last meeting and in communication with some of the solar panel customers that while I understand this concept that this new net metering policy may discourage people from getting solar panels, financially, yes, it's not going to be as beneficial, but I think there are times when people make decisions for intrinsic reasons and not for financial reasons. And I think we could still potentially see that happen in the meantime. I think we do have to protect the other citizens from potentially increased cost. Speaking of cost, I heard a couple of you question how you're costing the city. My understanding of that is not that you are costing the city per se, but that the city is losing revenue. Maybe it's the same thing. In my estimation, it's a little bit different. I don't know. Maybe it's just semantics. To say you all are costing us just sounds negative, but to say the city's losing revenue from those who have gone solar, I think is legitimate, and it's a legitimate concern that the city has to look at. And you mentioned fairness. I'm all about fairness, and I do want us to come to some sort of agreement that is fair to all. We want to hear from you all. We want to know what the rest of the public thinks, the people that may end up subsidizing or be impacted by raised electrical costs. But we want to be fair. We want to do right by you all. We want to do right by the city. We want to do right by the other citizens. If someone came to me and said, what about grandfathering these current 26 solar panel customers in indefinitely, I would be okay with that. I would be okay with not setting a limit. I don't know if that's even an option, but we do want to be fair. And then one question. I am open to other options if there are other options out there. I'm open to hearing what those are. But one question I have, and it's just a question. Don't read into it. Is it possible for solar panel customers to disconnect from the grid so that you don't even have to worry about Siloam Springs electricity?
But I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that we're required as municipal. Is that correct? We can't.
The city's rules and regulations is that if you buy electricity, you have to buy it from the city. I don't believe there's anything in our code that says you have to, you can't disconnect from the city's electrical grid.
Well, yeah, but then you wouldn't have any power lines either coming into your house. You would be totally dependent on solar.
Correct.
Totally dependent on solar.
But that could be a possibility. If someone chose that could be a possibility. You just have to come up with extra sources of power, batteries probably. Okay. I just wanted to know if that was even an option. But thank you again.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Marla.
Mr. Hyde, when he first spoke, had asked a couple of questions, and I didn't know if we wanted to address those and answer them. One of them was the 2.43 or 34 cents. What was that percentage of the city budget? Is there any questions that we can answer for him before we go on to another matter?
The 2.43, that is the 49% that we're transferring over to the general fund. The total amount transferred to the general fund is about $8 million. That's about half of the $8 million. I can give you a percentage of total revenue at another time, though.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that he got his answer.
On that same note, I've got a list of the questions. If you want to try to run through as many answers as we can tonight, we can, before you have more discussion, if that's what the board would like to do.
I think we should.
Second reading, yes, I think so.
I think we need to have the answers that have been asked answered.
I think it would be fine, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
One of the earlier questions, and Phil, if you could get back up there and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hyde, you asked about the $22,000, that math. If Phil, you could bring that slide 6 up, I think it is. And Phil, jump in here. I'll try to explain it in my terminology, which may be slightly different than Phil's because he's the expert. But that 167 kilowatts is what GRDA determines as to what the production is, and that's based on the nameplate of the solar panels. And I had to explain what the nameplate was the other day, and I said it's the only way I can explain it is from the standpoint of when I buy a car. Again, why the analogies of a car I don't know, but the mileage on a car. You know, I buy a new car, it says I get 18 miles per gallon. I might get 16, I might get 20, depending on what I'm doing, but the average is expected to be 18. So, as Phil stated, 167 kilowatts, the 1 kilowatt solar panel in the average year is going to generate 1,350 kilowatt hours. Now, again, that's average year. It could be greater, it could be less. It all depends on how much sun and how much rain and how much cloud we get. So 167 kilowatts times the number of kilowatt hours per kilowatt gives us a total kilowatt hours at that 9.76 cents. And I think the thing that needs to really be understood is, you know, as we talk about, that's lost revenue. And I don't think the concern that staff has is that lost revenue today. It's the lost revenue as if Phil went, well, the same slide up there. You can see 2010, 2013, we didn't have a lot of customers. 16, 17, 18, 19, we started adding customers. And if we keep doing that and we keep adding more and more customers, that's where it's going to have the major hit on the revenue as we continue to add customers. And as Director Burns pointed out, we're trying to be proactive, looking at long term, not today, not tomorrow, not next week, not even next year, but long term. Christina answered, I think, the percentage as far as the transfer. We'll bring the percentage of the total budget. I have a number in my head, but I don't want to speak it because if it's wrong, that'll be the number that is the number. There was a reference to June 2019 and an invisible tax. What you actually did in June 2019 was set a limit on the amount of funds that can be transferred from the utilities. Previously, before that time, even before 2015 when I got here, the way the budget had worked prior to that had been, we have this need, well, let's just transfer from the utilities over to the general fund, whatever that need is. And one of the things that we worked on for the last 3 years is trying to figure out the general fund needs to maybe limit itself to some degree, but limiting that transfer so it's not as dependent on that transfer as it had been in years past. It wasn't an invisible tax. What you did in 2019 is you set a limit on what you can transfer. Now, you can always violate that, obviously, through just approval of the board. Maybe not a violation, but you can amend that, excuse me. My code enforcement time years ago is coming out. But the idea was to be able to say that utility needs that money. They need to know how much they can have to operate on to build those new substations. And we, as a general fund, need to limit ourselves to that. But it's still dependent. The general fund, police, fire, library is still dependent on that revenue. There was a question about the Exhibit D amendment. That occurred in 2019. The contract with GRDA has an exhibit that is a policy. And that policy is amendable by GRDA and GRDA alone. And that amendment ability to amend that is granted to GRDA by the state of Oklahoma. So they amended that. That's the 10 kW, or excuse me, 100 kW limit. That may change over time. And Phil, help me out. I don't think today it's a big concern about the $266 penalty. That's an annual penalty for that 67 kW over the 100 kW limit, $3.88 per kW. But if we continue to grow, that's going to be another issue. We hope that we're going to be able to get GRDA to up that number. We hope that we're going to be able to get GRDA to maybe combine those two limits. And I want to answer another question, Ms. Castleman, I think that you had about that 20%. The 20% is what the city can own and generate, 20% of our peak. And it should be our peak, not the average, because the peak is the max. We want it to be the peak. That is different than what our customers can produce. The customers, our customers, can only produce 100 kW in renewables. The city can own its own renewable facility and produce up to 20%. I've questioned GRDA. Why don't you just combine that? What the heck's the difference? But it takes time to get through there. And so they look at it as, well, as a city, we're your wholesaler. You may want to generate, you may want to do a solar field, but we really need to rely on you to buy a certain amount of your energy from us. So that's the 80%. I'm not really sure. I've never been really given a great answer as to why the 100 kW limit for residential customers or solar customers. GRDA recognizes that is likely is likely to be amended at some point down the road, but we don't have an answer from them yet. Phil, if you can go to that slide that shows the 25 kW panels in your, believe that's, yes. So the idea there is today we use the 25 kW because under the investor-owned utilities, the state allows residents to put in, I think, up to 25 kW systems. The state allows municipals to lower that limit, and that's what we propose to do. If we, Phil, if you change that slide to where those same houses have 10 kW, it's not as big of an impact on the overall system and likely not going to require major improvements to the system. We talked about the average versus the peak. Extending the grandfather clause, that we as staff, in trying to recognize that all of you that have solar invested in solar and recognize that this is a change to the policy, and we wanted to give you, try to be as fair to you as possible to grandfather you in for a period of time. What that period of time is, whether it's 10 years, 12 years, 15 years.
Permanent.
That is a decision that only the board can make. We started out with 10. We recommended 12, and that's a discussion that this board can have. The other question, Phil, was what's the cost to the city for having solar? I think we sort of answered that in the issue of the memo, but the problem in trying to say it's exactly this is we never know what the day is. We never know how much the solar panels are going to produce from one day to the next. So all of this is an average. But if you look at your memo, that cost is around $600 on your average solar system. The loss of revenue is due to the contract with GRDA, not the solar customers. I don't see how that. I think it is. That $22,000 is lost revenue from the solar customers. But again, the proposal that staff has presented is not impacting the existing solar customers today, and at least under the current draft for the next 12 years. It does come into effect and to play with new solar customers coming online. No question about that. Other options considered, we discussed other options. We felt this was the best. The other option that we considered was creating two different classes of residential customers, having a higher monthly bill. One of the questions, I think, was what is a monthly bill? Mr. Kinnaman asked, changes, if you used all the electricity you produce, what would be your minimum bill? The minimum bill for electricity is $12. The reality is, some cities across the nation have really high minimum bills, and that means they can lower their kilowatt cost per hour. We discussed having a separate class of residents that are solar customers and having a high minimum bill, trying to figure out what that average would be, trying to figure out how to set that up when some people have a 1 or 2 kilowatt system and some people have a 14 kilowatt system. That seemed very difficult. It's not to say it couldn't happen. The concern with that, though, is assuming that you had a 1,000 kilowatt system and you used it all and you generated it all and you used it all, well, that minimum bill, I don't know what it is, let's say it's $100, I don't know what it is, that makes up for the lost revenue maybe over the course of a year. But if I was a solar customer and it was a very cloudy month and I didn't generate any electricity and I used all the city's electricity and the city then billed me the $100 for the minimum bill, I would feel like I'm getting dinged twice. So then the accounting nightmare comes into play. So that's why we came to this buy all, sell all contract. And I don't think that solar is bad because our system can't handle it. Nobody here believes that solar is bad. What we have to be concerned about at the staff level and what the board has to be concerned about is the long-term viable fiscal health of the city and the electrical system that we have. And that's what we're trying to make sure that over the course of the next 5, 10, 15 years, if we start adding 5 customers every year and that grows to 10 customers every year, how is that going to impact the overall system and maintaining that? And if it does have a negative impact, what are we going to do? And what would likely happen is we would have to raise rates across the board. And those customers who don't have solar didn't have the same impact as those customers who do. There was an article in today's paper, no rate change for residential solar. It's really related to investor-owned utilities, but one of the comments in here that I thought was very interesting, it was an attempt to limit cost shifting. And the cost shifting that's referred to in there is shifting the cost of operating the system to 100% of the ratepayers when there is a subset of that ratepayers that's causing the cost. Does that make sense? Cost shifting, moving it over here. And what we were trying to do is really trying to prevent that in a long-term view. And I don't think, unless there was another question that you guys wrote down, I think we answered all of those. Sorry.
Thank you, Phil.
Mayor?
Philip and Phil, yes. Carol?
I was just going to make a comment.
I was just saying, thank you.
Oh,
I said
okay.
Philip and Phil, excuse me.
And thank you, both of you, for explaining that a little bit better. I don't think solar is bad. I don't exactly understand, but I think everybody wants to be green. We want to be sustainable. And as our city administrator said, my duty is to look at the long-term goals, effects, the health of this community. Whether it's a solar customer, an electric customer, whatever, I have to look at everybody. We all enjoy the quality of life that this community has. That's why we're here. We like our fire, we like our police, we like our library, we like our parks, we like our streets, even though we do need some, I know we need some care. And that all comes at a cost. And we are very fortunate as a city that we do have an electric company that can help us in that area. I don't have any solar at my home. If I did, I would be feeling exactly like you are. And I understand that. And I want to find some equitable way to work with everybody. And like our city administrator said, it's not today. We can afford this today. We can afford this tomorrow. We can probably afford it for 5 more years. But down the road, what happens? And I do think at some point we need to be looking at other sources of revenue. I would love for somebody to give me some ideas for other sources of revenue. I think that would be fantastic. So I think when I look at this contract, this is the best option that we have. I don't mind grandfathering you all in permanently. But it would affect every new solar customer. I don't have a problem with that. But we do have to look down the road and make sure that we are sustainable. We want to continue to be the great, great city that we are today and go forward. We don't want to go back. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Mayor.
Lisa?
Director Smiley brought up a good point. Phil stated that there's one customer that came in just yesterday. Are they included in that grandfather? Or is it just the 26 customers?
No, it will be after the ordinance is passed.
So anybody that gets it before then will be included in that?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with...
That's what I would like, is whenever the date of this is voted on and it becomes an ordinance is when...
Because that's been a question among citizens. And I agree with Director Hunt and Smiley that I think if we're going to do this, that they should be grandfathered indefinitely.
Where?
I wondered where you were when you were going to speak up.
I just figured out how to get this thing off. That's all. One of the things that I have learned over my years of experience is anytime you create a new regulation, a new law, a new ordinance, some people are going to be disadvantaged. I'm not going to say hurt, I'm going to say disadvantaged. And I think that's a situation in which we find ourselves right now. There are people who have made an investment in solar panels, and if this goes through the way it is presented, they're going to feel a little bit of grief on that. I've heard 2 board members already talk about grandfathering, different lengths of time and what have you. To put another description to that, I don't know whether I'd call it grandfathering or not, but for the sake of argument, let's call it that. But as long as the 20, how many ever you've got until we pass the ordinance, say it's 28, 29, as long as those 29 or 28 people or 26 as it stands, 27 as it stands now, own their property, I would say grandfathering them into staying right where they are and not being suspect to this new regulation. If there's any change of ownership in their property, that would revert back to the new regulation that whatever it is that we're going to pass. If it's a husband and wife that own the property, like most do, then if one passes, the other one would still maintain that exemption. If it's a trust that owns property, like my wife and I do, the remaining trustee would continue to own that exemption. If there's any change in ownership, that exemption would be relieved. And that's about the only way I can see. I know you can grandfather for 25 years. Ms. Castleman said she's going to live another 25 years. What happens in 26 years? She loses it? No, that's not what we're looking for. We want to continue that on so that it stays under. And I would be more than willing to make a motion when we get to the point that we're going to consider this ordinance that we do that. Unless you want it now.
Brad?
So what happens, and City Administrator just spoke of it, what happens as technology changes? What if it changes, not like Siloam, where it takes time for us to understand change, right? What if it changes in 5 or 10 years? And what if it's a better deal? And now you're grandfathered in and you're stuck. And now we figured out how, with the technology and the rapid growth of it, and the intelligence of Phil and our beloved city administrator, and we're able to create a better deal. In fact, we find a more economical way to offset our future solar customers. And then you come back to the board and you're like, well, I want that deal because that deal's better. So what happens then when we do this grandfather wish list into infinity? That's something to consider. Think about the way technology has changed. Think about our ability to sit at the table. We've done a great job. The city administrator sits down when he says, I'm going to ask questions of GRDA. It takes time. Then what happens when that time comes? Will you be happy with this infinity magic clause? And then what if the 31st person, after this passes and our waiting period, and they hop on and they figure something else out and it gets better and they get a better deal, are we going to be back at the table asking us to amend that? That would be my great question on that. That's my concern, is the rate of technology when it comes to green. It is developing rapidly. Travel around Northwest Arkansas and see what's happening around Northwest Arkansas. I'll use Fayetteville as an example. If you get a chance, go to a place called Woolsey Wet Prairie, and they have a massive solar system going on. East of Fayetteville, or Springdale, I apologize, they've got another system going on. It's a caution there. Technology changes, and if it changes, you're going to want a piece of that pie. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Marla?
to follow up on what Brad's saying, I think the Humans were the longest solar customers, and she might be able to offer some insight into how it's changed since she has bought her system, if that's a concern of some of the other customers.
Yes, okay. No, go ahead. No, I don't have a problem with taking a recess. We've been here, it's 8:15, but we need to move things. Like I say, we're only on the second item, on the
As
the
far as
first ordinance.
changes happening and things, I mean, obviously,
Well, go ahead and state your name
my name is
for the record. So when she
Trish
comes back,
Humans
yeah,
at
okay.
701 Mimosa Street.
Okay.
Right. We put our solar, I think we were number 1, and that was about 2010. And so, yeah, nothing has really changed for us at this point. We have an older system, and so our system is only about a 4 kilowatt. We were talking about limiting it to a 10 kilowatt system. Ours is only about a 4 kilowatt system, so ours is probably the least efficient that is out there. But as far as the rate of payment and things like that, that is set by the city, so that has not changed in 10 years. And so for us, we knew going in that we save approximately about $1.50 a day. So we save approximately $500 a month. And I know that on the the letter that we had gotten, I'm sorry, not 500 a month, 500 a year. Sorry, no, 500 a year. And so they had said, that the normal was around 1,300 a year. Well, that's not anywhere close to what we save. And so we knew going into it that it would take us about 10 to 12 years to pay this off. And so if you pass this ordinance, then it would take 40 years for a system to pay off. And so our panels have about a 20-year life expectancy. I don't know what newer panels' life expectancy is, but I suspect it would be about maybe 20 to 25 years, so it'd be about the same. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Reed.
One thing that I have noticed concerning the city of Siloam Springs, and I will say specifically under Administrator Patterson, is how we can move in a fluidity within our community. And meaning we have the ability, we seem to adapt well. And I don't say that in a new agey kind of way, but that, we have a sidewalk plan. And every 3 years we go over that plan again. Is that the best we can do with it, or do we need to make some changes? And I don't believe that passing Ordinance 20-10 is a permanence. I think that we have the opportunity and the ability to look at this again, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and see, is this doing the best for Siloam Springs, for each of us in the community? And I think if it's not, we can do something about it. And I think one thing we need to do is believe in ourselves, believe in our community, that we will do what's best, and we will move forward with it. And I don't like this idea so much of permanence as well as I do like the idea of being able to make it best for that day. We're looking our best to go 5, 10, 20 years down the road. And this is a move for today. I'm a firm believer in simplicity. Maybe it's because of my IQ level, I don't know, but I really like simplicity. The more simple we can make this, the better. I do know that this is coming in midship, so to speak, for some of you who already have the panels. And I don't think there should be necessarily a penalty, so I'm in favor of grandfather. And what form that takes, I'd like to see it be extended pretty well into the future, if not as long as you own them. And concerning what Director Coleman stated, I'd also like to put in there, if someone actually has panels and they move the panels with them within the city of Siloam, I could see where that could be a possibility on the grandfathering, as long as there's not an ownership change. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Anyone else? All right, if there's no further questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to place Ordinance 2010 on its second reading, suspending rules and reading title only.
Gonna say so moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion before you? Being none, we will vote on the motion. Roll call.
Hunt.
Yes.
Bisler.
Yes.
Coleman.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Sappington.
Yes.
Wiley.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Philip?
Ordinance number 20-10, an ordinance amending Chapter 98 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code for the purposes of updating the electrical regulations with respect to net metering and distributed generation.
Thank you, and thank you to all who attended tonight. And if you stay with us, we're going to stay here. You might as well just stay with us. We get to stay here, okay? We got a whole lot more items on there. I'm just glad the alphabet doesn't have more numbers than letters than it does.
I do want to thank everybody for coming out.
Yeah, thank you.
It
Thank
really
you all
does
very
make it
much.
a lot easier when we have feedback.
All right, next, let me get this marked up here so that I don't get off again like I have been known to do. Next is Ordinance 20-11, second reading, Property Maintenance Code Amendments. Don Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Board, Don Clark, Community
You didn't go
Development.
sleep on us out there, did you, Don?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right.
Community Development Director, Don Clark. Before you tonight for its second reading is Ordinance 2011, Property Maintenance Code Amendments. As a reminder, staff is requesting updates to 4 sections of the code as they relate to damaged trees after a storm event needing to be removed within 90 days of the event or 90 days after receiving notice from the city. Also addressing yard storage and what can be allowed to be stored outdoors in public view. Adding the need to meet the definition of inoperable vehicles and or trailers. And adding verbiage to the definition of unfit structure for human occupancy by not having potable water or electricity. Staff has not received any additional comments since the first reading and is still recommending approval and stand ready for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any comments from the audience? Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and their questions of staff. Mindy, are you moving there to make to talk?
I'll make a motion. No.
No, Mindy was.
Motion.
I can't tell whether.
I know.
He was just trying to
Okay.
make the motion before I could say anything. I move that we place ordinance number 20-11 on its second reading, suspending the rules by reading by title only.
Second.
Boy, Brad, you didn't get anything on it, did you? You got
the ball rolling.
got the ball rolling.
Let's
Okay.
keep it rolling.
Okay. All right. We got a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion before you? Being none, we will vote on the motion. Roll call.
Chrysler,
Yes.
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 Motion is approved. Philip?
Ordinance number 20-11, an ordinance amending section 31, 34, and 84 of chapter 66 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code to adopt property maintenance code updates.
Thank you, Philip. Next is ordinance 20-12, first reading, amending Northwest Arkansas Regional Airport Authority Agreement. Philip?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Board. So, second to get to my right spot. So, the Board of the Northwest Regional Airport Authority is proposing amendments to the operating agreement. Basically, those amendments include changing the name to Northwest Arkansas National Airport, updating language to be gender neutral rather than chairman, chairperson, updating the conflict of interest section to allow for the board members to modify the conflicts policy as per federal and state law changes, and then removing a specific power language to reference the statutory authority granted to the Regional Airport Authority under Arkansas law. We entered into this agreement many, many years ago with the XNA, with the Regional Airport Authority. All the cities in Northwest Arkansas that are members of the Airport Authority have to approve the amendments. So their board approved the amendments back at the end of last year. This is making its rounds to you, and staff would ask that you approve it. It has to be done by ordinance, could not be done by a resolution, and staff will be available for any questions. Thank you.
All right. Any comments from the audience? Any comment? Okay, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and or questions. If there are none, my question might be to Philip. I don't know if you've talked to our representatives, Jim Crawl and Art Morris that represent Siloam Springs on this. I don't know. Is there a sense of urgency where they feel like we need to do this place this 1, 2, 3. It's kind of a no-brainer thing, in my opinion.
Not a sense of urgency. We tried to get it on this agenda as quickly as we could once we heard from them. It's likely that we would ask that you do the second and third readings
Okay.
at the next board meeting, but there's no reason to do all 3 readings tonight.
Very good. Okay. Well, that way we can stay with the way that we normally handle our ordinances and stay consistent on that. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Reed.
move that we place ordinance 20-12 on its first reading, suspending rules and reading by title only.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Being none, we will vote on the motion to approve on ordinance 20-12. Roll call?
Yes.
Yes.
Appington,
Yes.
Wiley,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes?
Hunt,
Yes.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Philip?
Ordinance number 20-12, an ordinance approving the Northwest Arkansas National Airport second restated and amended agreement.
All right, next is ordinance 20-13, first reading. Amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from A1 to C2 at the 4200 to 4300 block of Highway 412 East. Ben Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ben Rhodes, Senior Planner. All right, one moment for this to get up. Sorry, it wasn't on the right slide. Okay, there we are. Sorry for the delay there. So, yes, for your first rezoning review this evening, you're considering a request to rezone 4.15 acres from A1 to C2. This is located at 4290 Highway 412 East. This is the same property that Justin presented earlier this evening for the easements. Here is the site plan. The rezoning section to C2 is all of Lot 2, as well as the southern end part of Lot 1, as I am circling right there. The future land use map designates this whole area as commercial. That will fit in with the proposed C2 zone. And finally, the site view. This is looking to the north. Staff has no conditions, and we and the Planning Commission are recommending approval. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any comments from the audience? Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and or questions of staff.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Marla?
Ben, was in the plan for streets and roads, was there a road that was planned to come from Kenwood to that intersection at any time? And where might it lie?
There is a plan for a future street connection on the master street plan where 59 ties in on the edge there, and that would be on the edge. Well, if I could draw that in here, it would be roughly along that alignment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? If not, I'll turn it over. Well, I'll entertain a motion to approve on ordinance 20-13.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mindy.
I move that we approve RZ 20-02 for the rezone development permit.
No, okay. What I need to place it on the agenda.
Oh, okay, sorry.
For approval.
Yep.
Suspending.
Sorry,
rules, reading
got a little
title
ahead of
only.
myself. Okay, so I move we place ordinance number 20-13 on its first reading,
Right.
suspending the rules and reading by title only.
Second.
All right. Was that Bob or Reed? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Brad.
I'd just point out where that future street might be, the property value there, it's listed today. Do a little research. It'll be a while.
Are you accusing me of no research? Ye of little faith. All right.
All right. Any further comments? If none, then we will vote on the motion to approve 2013. Roll call.
Carroll,
Yes.
Tappington,
Yes.
Riley,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
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 Motion is approved. Philip?
Ordinance number 20-13, an ordinance amending section 102-21 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code, city zoning map, rezoning from A1 to C2, the property located at the 4300 block of US Highway 412 East.
Thank you, Philip. Now we'll move on to the final ordinance of this evening, ordinance 20-14, first reading, amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from C2 to R2 at the 900 block of South Washington Street. Ben?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Mayor and Board. I will be presenting the next two items on the agenda together as they're related and are occurring on the same property.
My bad. I was supposed to have said that. I
Yeah.
apologize.
And so what you're looking at is a rezoning request and a preliminary plat at the 900 block of South Washington Street. The request rezones the area you see shaded there in red from C2 to R2 residential. The rezoning encompasses 1.76 acres, while the whole property is at 2.84 acres. As I mentioned, we're also presenting on the preliminary plat, and as you can see, the area for the preliminary plat is slightly larger than that of the rezoning, encompassing all of the R2 section that's just to the north of the red C2. So this is the proposed site plan. The concept is a short cul-de-sac, which has 9 lots that will access off of that. And there is one additional lot I would like to point out that would access through a special drive here that would come up to the back. So that's how they get that final lot in there. And transitioning to the future land use map, as you know, this is the primary map that the city uses to guide for any particular rezone. You'll see this whole area is designated with our purple shading, which is intended for industrial uses. The idea being that the industrial users in this area will desire sites that have direct rail access. There are, of course, a finite number of undeveloped lots available to the rail in the city. This is the property looking to the north. So I'd like to point out several things here. Firstly, the drainage channel that cuts through the property, and you can see that as kind of the S-shaped curve there. That is drainage ditch for the property. Secondly, I'd like to point out some of the larger homes here, one there, as well as one across, both closest to the proposed properties. And finally, the presence of an auto business here that is considered an intensive commercial due to the auto body services that are offered with that business. So I've switched directions on you, so you're looking at the same property, but now we're facing to the east. As you can see, we wanted to rephoto the site after a 2-inch rain event, which is becoming more common these days. The site, as you can see, is generally flooded out. The proposal channelizes the water off of the rear yards of each lot in a particular drainage easement. While this will technically work in terms of the stormwater engineering, staff does have concerns about the viability of the long-range maintenance of this easement and the potential addition of fencing and other materials that may end up washing downstream or worse, cause a damming effect during a high precipitation event. Just from practical speaking, it's easier to handle drainage management with one property owner rather than subdividing the drainage to 9 different property owners within this area. So staff would like to conclude that neither the Planning Commission nor staff are recommending approval of either the rezoning or the preliminary plat due to the land use conflicts with the auto business, the neighborhood context with the larger homes, which are inconsistent with the proposed subdivision lots. We find that these lots are generally out of character with the neighborhood context. The need to preserve access to the KCS rail line, the conflict with the future land use map, and concerns with the drainage flow in the area. I did want to point out that as of 6 p.m. today, a comment was received regarding the drainage from one of the neighbors, and I believe you all were furnished that comment. With that, staff is available for any questions on either rezoning or preliminary plat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any comments from the audience? Good evening, Ron.
Good evening. It's been a while. Ron Holmeyer, Civil Engineering, 701 South Mount Olive. It's been a while because in the past, just like the other three projects I have on this agenda, we go in, we follow the process, we have our pre-application meeting, we work through all of the issues. If we have red flags, then we know we don't need to do the project. We did the same thing with this project. There were no red flags. So my client authorized me to proceed, put together a preliminary plat and a rezone request, turned it in, and then at tech review, we get the red flag, which, you know, I hate that. I hate that for my client. I hate that for the city because now we're all in a pickle. You know, we're just trying. Mr. Chavez is a residential house builder. It's hard to find lots to buy to build houses on, so he found some property to where he can try and create lots for himself. Now, the original subdivision layout here, we are not married to. We're willing to consider alternatives that would make it easier for the staff now and in the future to maintain the drainage. If the concern of where the ditch is now is an issue, although it seemed like a pretty good buffer between the railroad and the auto body repair. You know, if that's not acceptable because there's too many property owners involved, then we'd be glad to follow a similar route to what it goes now and be dealing with 3, 4 property owners instead of 8 or 9. Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Rhodes' comments about the size of the houses on either side of the property, but directly across the street from the one on the corner of Kenwood and Washington, as you hopefully noted with what I emailed out yesterday, is 1,073 square foot house. And yes, based on the entire block, what the size houses of 1,500 to 1,600 square foot that he's proposing to do is right square in the middle of this block of neighborhood. And this is not consistently laid out. And it is an older part of town and it's prime for infill. As far as the suitability to leave it as commercial, because that would then allow rail access. The residentially zoned property is the only piece that touches the rail. The commercial does not have rail access. And even the residentially zoned property would have to have a rail spur on the rail property because there's not anywhere near enough frontage to bring a spur off the railroad onto this property without redeveloping some of the residential north of there. So like I said, it's disappointing. It's disappointing that the Planning Commission didn't agree with the fact that we would love to work this out. We had 2 months due to the Planning Commission meeting being canceled to where we could have possibly worked out something that would be more compatible with what the city would like to see in that area. But anytime we tried to propose something residential, we were told that just wasn't an option. So I'm here tonight because of the fact that we just couldn't have any meaningful, productive conversations with the staff unless it had something to do with something besides residential. And, you know, that's not what the man needs to do with his property. Like I said, he's a residential home builder, and he needs residential lots. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Any comments from the audience? Further comments, excuse me. Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and/or questions of staff.
Mr. Mayor,
Marla?
and Ben or maybe Justin wants to be part of this. I've seen this property be this way for the last 50 years or more. And it's not the fault of anybody because it's a natural wet stream that runs through there. There's an artesian spring over by Jet Stream, sorry. What is it called now? Pipe Life.
Pipe Life, yeah.
And it's going to feed into that. It looks like we have some problems downstream where it's not draining good. I hate to have Mr. Chavez lose out on the opportunity to build. I do not agree with it because of the size of the surrounding houses. That is not a good excuse. I do not agree with the excuse for the railroad tracks. That is not a good excuse. The only reason that I would look at anything else is because the drainage. And that's something that only the planners can address. And I think that we need to look downstream, and we also need to look at the buildability. If not, if it's going to be like this forever, let the city buy the land from him and leave it a stream.
Mr. Mayor?
Cindy?
On Friday, I was called out to some residents that live off Letitia Lane, off Sherry Whitlock, because they wanted me to see their backyards. There are 4 in a row that have some pretty significant drainage problems. They warned me ahead of time to wear my rain boots, and I'm so glad I did. I've got a picture of me standing in 5 inches of mud and water that I almost couldn't get out of. Some of it was stagnant, mosquito attractive kind of water. When I saw that there's a concern with drainage, that was a big concern for me, especially after the experience that I had. I would like for, I am a little concerned that there was some sort of delay with either identifying and or communicating this red flag. I think that needs to be addressed. I'm not quite understanding, but it sounds like there was some sort of miscommunication or misunderstanding. So we probably need to figure out what that was. And then I would like the city to somehow work with Mr. Chavez to determine something that can be done. But if there's going to be a drainage issue, and I've not watched it for 50 years, but if you've seen what we just saw up there, you don't want that.
Mr. Mayor?
Brad?
My first home was in this neighborhood. Love this neighborhood. The Rock House on Jefferson and Washington, still there today. Bought it from Jim Meeker. Wally Sidursky lived in that house on the left when he was running Lazy Boy. A great save at the fire department was that structure on the left-hand side. I say all that to say simply this. I stand behind the Planning Commission. We've met with them at a workshop. It is a paid position. We sit there and we let them carry the load, and we told them that we would back that. And that's where we're at. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Carol?
I agree with Director Burns that the Planning Commission is the one that looked at this. They put a lot of thought and effort into this. I also would agree with Director Sappington. I've watched this for a long time, and it's always had a lot of water. Actually, it's improved a little bit, but because we did the Washington Basin, But it's still a problem, and I think drainage in this area is going to be a problem. I think if houses are built there, those homeowners are going to come back to us, and we're going to be addressing some problems. I don't want to go out there and sink in 5 feet of mud because an homeowner is
Not fun.
upset. And I am going to back up the Planning Commission.
Carol?
Mr. Mayor,
Bob?
I have a couple of things give me pause to think about this a little deeper. Number one, I can't imagine why right in the middle of all these big homes, nice homes, we're saying it should be either commercial or industrial. That kind of bothers me. Number two, in the information we got from Mr. Holmeyer, it doesn't quite back up the fact that all of these are big homes. I think I rode down that street today, and I thought I saw more smaller homes than I did big homes. The letter that Mr. Chavez appended to this ordinance seems to address the elevation of the property, which would alleviate some of the, at least in my view, would eliminate some of the drainage problem. I think we just put a new bridge down there on that street, which should eliminate some of the backup from that property. And you know, we need smaller houses in Siloam Springs. We don't need to build 25, 26, 2,800 square foot houses all over town. Some people that want to live here can't afford those. We've got one of our nicer neighborhoods in town. Borders right up to the railroad south of town, south of Lake Francis Drive. I'm halfway across town, and I hear railroads in my house. I hear the train whistle. So, you know, a person that's going to move into one of these houses that's being proposed is going to be aware of that. They're going to be aware that they're next to an auto body shop. I can't imagine that putting up too much racket since everything's made out of plastic anymore. And they're going to be aware that they're right next to a railroad. So they have the option as to whether they want to buy this or not. So I'm at the least, I'm saying we need to put this on the first reading so that Mr. Chavez has a right to, through Mr. Holmeyer or whomever he chooses to come through and say, all right, these are the red flags that are addressed now, which happen to come late, and this is what I'm going to do about it. So I think you at least need to hear this out, not just deny it right offhand. And I do have the ultimate appreciation for our planning and zoning people. I think they do a fantastic job, but I made a mistake once. So maybe this is one they made.
Yes, Lisa.
Mr. Hallmark, can I ask you a question? Did you do the subdivision over there, the old Bynum's, it's now CCF? There's a subdivision by the revenue
behind
office.
that one.
I'm sorry?
The one behind there?
Mm-hmm. That's by the revenue office.
You turn in on Tulsa Street to get back in there. It's just just south of the revenue office.
It's Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Off
Did
of
you do that
Lincoln.
one?
No, that was actually in place when I moved to town in '94.
Okay. Because I remember a similar conversation, and I remember, the reason I remember it is because I knew a lot of people that moved in that subdivision. And before they even started building it, this was the exact same conversations, I feel like. Now we're in a situation where the front part of it doesn't flood, but the back part of it floods. But a lot of people at that time was recommending do not buy a home in there because you're going to have this issue because of these similar issues. Do you remember that? And I was just wondering, since you didn't work on it, my question was going to be, what solution did they provide in that neighborhood that fixed what everybody in the community kept saying was going to be a flood problem? What do you offer as a solution as a flood problem? I mean, is there...
For this project, I'm
Mhm.
sorry, I was trying to figure out how I was going to answer for the other one.
Yeah, I know you couldn't because you didn't. That's what I was going to ask if you didn't.
No, for this one, the drainage manual is very specific. The grades are going to be so flat that there will be, at a minimum, a 2-foot wide concrete trickle channel in the bottom that will carry the low flow, so it will not get soggy and get boggy, as you referred to. I mean, if you look at the picture that's up there, on the bottom left, there's a section of 6 foot wide, 16-inch deep concrete ditch right there before it goes through the box culverts under the street. In this picture, it's just barely above that concrete section. So there are ways to carry that much water through there without creating any backups and adequately doing it. Now, do I think the most cost-effective and reasonable way to do that is to carry that concrete ditch all the way across there? Probably not. But I think we should at least have the opportunity to have the conversations to say, okay, we would like to propose a couple of things that we feel are cost-effective and reasonable that meet the guidelines of the city's drainage manual for this area, and channelize that around the proposed lots. And of course, he'll have to fill the lots and build the houses 2 feet above the 100-year water surface. So, I mean, the mechanisms are in place, in my opinion, to do this project, and everything worked fine. They require a 10-foot flat spot next to the drainage ditch for access and easement maintenance and ditch maintenance. So, I mean, all the mechanisms are in place. The past history of problems with residential lots backing up to a ditch from both sides, you weren't required back in the day to have the 10-foot flat spot. In a lot of cases, you weren't required to do the concrete channel in the bottom if it was really flat. And so the city had no way to get in to maintain them. You know, the west side of town on Jefferson, where the city is putting down the concrete mats, is a prime example of an area that was unmaintainable as it sat because it was developed in the 1970s, I think. But the drainage manual is very specific. If it's followed, you won't see any significant problems. If we reroute it basically along the same route it's taken now, just push a little closer to the power lines and kind of parallel those that are going to the body shop and follow the manual, it'll be easy for the city to maintain it. So have I got a final design on that? No, because we haven't worked out the final layout, the final alignment of the drainage.
That's why I was asking you about the other subdivision, because it was a similar situation, and
Yeah.
everybody was advised against, do not buy a house in there, because this is what you're going to be facing.
And they had problems for a lot of years until a ditch was built behind it that was sized properly to carry the flow.
And that was the city's responsibility.
Actually, developers paid for that.
Okay.
Ron,
Mr. Holmeyer?
Yeah, I think we got it. I'm gonna have a comment here in a minute, but Bob, go ahead. No, was it you, Reed? It was Reed. I'm sorry. We still have some.
Yes.
Once the development would be done and everything is put in place, who's going to maintain that? I think I heard you say the city.
Depends on how the city enforces their ordinances and whether we end up doing just a drainage easement or if we do a drainage right-of-way, which is total dedication to the city. I believe, unless the ordinance has changed, I don't keep up with all of them, but I believe that the property owner is required to mow not only between the curb and their property line, but also anything behind their property to their rear property line if it's in an easement or an alleyway. And this would be no different if it's part of the lot. The property owner would have to have a gate in the fence to go out and mow his part of the ditch.
Thank you.
I was going the same direction because I heard you say that it would be easy for the city to maintain, and I'm thinking we got enough to maintain. We don't need a project where we're going to have to come in and maintain something in a lot that is going to require a lot of work to get it ready. I'm not an engineer, but I don't see how it's going to be as simple as
it's not simple, and it's not going to be cheap.
Or it's easy.
Yeah,
I think you used the word easy one time.
And I may have.
And
if you follow the regulations, it'll be
Yeah,
easy.
and,
It'll be much
it's-
easier than the comparison I gave of the Twin Springs, between Twin Springs and Jefferson on the west side of town, where they had no way to get into it at all to maintain it.
Well, I know a lot of things have changed since we've done a lot of this work in this part of the city over the years. But I have visited some homes when I was our director, with upset neighborhoods because we had some folks in the area that you're talking about that it was not handled correctly, and that's the last thing we need is another section of this property I never envisioned this I grew up in Siloam Springs, born and raised, and I never ever, of course that's the Elrod home there to the south, and I think they owned all of that property at one time. I'm sure they did. But I think there's a reason that they never got around to developing any of that is because what we're looking at right now.
Probably at the time the Elrods owned it, it was not cost effective.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, but I know you do a good job too, Ron. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Brad.
I would point out that on the Kenwood project, Director Coleman and I raised concerns about retentioning ponds and safety. So from my former life, I did a lot of rescue work for the city and the county and for the feds. And when you channelize something that goes underneath and the water kicks up, we did a great save on a dog one time in a drainage ditch. I'll save you the dramatics. And then I've done some tragedies. This one reeks of tragedy. I will remind you, and the city administrator is aware of it, we had a project on Hyco Street, and it's a new housing development, and they built up. The neighborhood already had wet problems in their backyard. It amplified that. I made multiple visits, bombed the city administrator with a photo documentary, and they came out and addressed that issue, and it was just runoff. Once again, we are questioning the Planning Commission, and I think that's a slippery slope. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Carol.
I do want to state that my objection has nothing to do with the railroad. I live close to the railroad. And that does not bother me. The size of the home does not bother me. It is the drainage. And there's a drainage problem now. And I'm thinking when you build more homes and you've got more concrete, you're going to have more drainage going across the street. You're just creating more water running off. And it's difficult for me it looks like that trickle channel is it makes an S, and it's kind of in the middle of the cul-de-sac, and it just it's hard for me to envision because it looks very tight. So.
Yep.
I don't know. I have to go with the Planning Commission.
Yes, Philip.
Possible, if Ben, to bring up the subdivision plat, and then for Justin to zoom in, if you can, Justin, on where that utility easement or where that drainage easement is. I want you to make sure, you've got two questions before you. One is to rezone the property. One is to approve the preliminary plat. Mr. Holmeyer mentioned it's not designed yet. There's changes that could be made. I'm not really sure how we make those changes if you approve the preliminary plat. But you've got those two questions that I think you've got to answer. One is to rezone it. Rezoning it gives entitlements of use. Currently, its southern half is commercial, northern half is residential, R2. You could rezone it to R2, and it gives the right to do residential there. But if there are changes to the preliminary plat based on Mr. Holmeyer's comment about whether it's an easement or whether it's a dedication to the city, that changes everything on that plat. And that has to, I think, go back through the Planning Commission side. But Justin, if you could walk the board through how that easement and drainage pattern now works on that subdivision.
Yeah, sure. So this is actually turned from the aerial image you were looking at. So on the bottom of the screen is the Kenwood, where they just built the new bridge structure, and then on the left side is actually Washington Street. So right now the water flows. You can kind of see it kind of does this S curve, and then this is the area where Mr. Homeyer was talking about the concrete channel. And what is currently proposed right now is to kind of reroute that around the cul-de-sac, so it actually comes up and then it turns west along the backside of these lots here. And then it would basically tie into the same box culvert structure there underneath Washington Street. So maybe I don't know if I have different colors to do that, but maybe kind of dash that. Now, what he mentioned just briefly is, the that is what is currently proposed. He did mention the possibility of doing a different routing where it would affect less houses, but that's not something we have, ready to show you at this point in time. And I don't know that he has it drafted or not, but.
How deep are those lots?
So I think the lot number 3 is it 97 feet? Let me see. I can zoom in on this. Yeah, so it's 97 feet, and then currently the proposed routing of the new ditch would be a 30-foot wide drainage easement. So this 97-foot depth from it's not gonna let me do. Yeah, okay, so from here to here it would be 97 feet, but then of course the 30-foot ditch on the back, you'd end up with about 67 feet from the top of the ditch to the front line of the lot. And I think that is the worst case, the shallowest of the lots. Yeah.
7 feet, what's the front yard setback?
25. So they use about 42 feet.
We can't hear your comments
Oh.
unless you make sure we hear them too. Okay.
Okay, so you'd have about 67 feet from the top of the ditch to the front of the lot. You have a 25-foot front setback, so it'd leave you with about 42 feet of buildable depth on the lot where you wouldn't be encroaching upon an easement or a setback. Which kind of getting a scribble here, but that would be basically the that little dash line that's there on the left side of lot 3 is that'd be the buildable depth.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I have a question. So Mr. Homeyer said that they were talking about doing 9 houses, but he said they would go down to 5. Is that what you said, Mr. Homeyer? Does the city, well, I'll ask one question at a time, sorry.
Ron Homeyer again. The number of lots is negotiable depending on, we're fully prepared to withdraw the preliminary plat tonight if this particular layout is going to be such a big stumbling block, because clearly the staff does not like the fact that the channel is going to go around the back of all these lots. And so as a result of that, we actually forwarded and met with the city about an alternate layout with 8 lots in the ditch going the route I described. But since that was not an official plat, it was just something to talk about. It's not for you to look at tonight because it will probably change if we do end up getting the zoning and we can move forward with something else. But 7, 8 is desirable, but that can still be worked out. And if necessary for you, if you would feel better if this went back to Planning Commission with both of them, and we propose something new after further conversations with staff about residential development of this property, we're okay with that too. Like I said, we're not married to this plat. We thought it would have been the best one, but staff clearly was opposed to it, and then didn't really entertain any alternative layouts. And so we were forced to see if we could convince Planning Commission that it was a good deal, and we didn't. And so we're here trying to find out what is the best way to salvage this project.
I appreciate Philip pointing out that there's 2 different items here. And I do appreciate staff, and I value staff's opinion, and I do value the Planning Commission's opinion. I know that I've read somewhere that they were even concerned on their votes and before they moved forward on their votes. So for the city staff, do you see that any solution for an R2 zone? Because we're voting, now the question is the R2, not just the placement of the housing. Is there any solution that would ever be acceptable by the city to zone it as an R2, to justify it as an R2? According to a plat.
That's a difficult question to answer because, the rezoning and the plat came together at the same time. But the rezoning staff report does stand on its own in the sense that we didn't really want to go against the future land use map, which was the primary guide for zoning. I don't know if I can comment further on that without really consulting with the full staff. So.
I think, if Ben, can you, I don't know, is there a zoning map that you can zoom out on? Okay, so I think that it's hard to answer that question without seeing the subdivision plat. I mean, if you look at this map, it would seem that R2 fits.
Right.
There was discussion about house sizes, but Ben, if I were to look at an aerial view, aren't the majority of those lots around there much larger lots, and not so much house sizes, but a lot of those, there's a few small lots, but a lot of those lots to the north are almost an acre in size.
That's absolutely correct. The lots, what I can maybe raise some of my chicken scratch here and show you better. So this lot alone goes just about like that, roughly, give or take. The lot back here for this house goes all the way up to the railroad. So they're very sizable lots, and they're proposing a much smaller lotted subdivision with the preliminary plat, which was a concern regarding our criteria for fitting in with neighborhood context. It's not so much the residential to residential, but what size lots within that whole neighborhood. And Mr. Holmeyer is correct, there are also smaller homes as well, but I think those are mostly the outlier, when you consider the whole of what's in this immediate context. There is also a larger home, if you're not familiar with the area, to the south of this, I believe it's the southeast corner of Kenwood and Washington as well. That's not even on this photo. So that we take all that into account for the neighborhood context.
Mr. Mayor.
I think Mindy was quieter, but ahead of you, just a tad. Just a tad, Brad.
Back to the map that showed the zoning with the yellow, red, and okay. So in that C2 section on the north side of that, where the lines run through it, does that mean nothing can be put there? Right. That's exactly. It's C2 now, right?
Yes.
And he's wanting that C2 part to be rezoned to R2.
This is the better map for that.
Okay,
yeah.
if it stayed C2, which is what you're recommending, the Planning Commission is recommending, potentially a commercial property could be built right there with access off of South Washington. Is that what you're saying? Right in between two residential structures?
According to the current zoning, that's correct, yes.
That seems...
Can I offer up a solution? Mr.
Please.
Holmeyer, would you, did I hear you correctly that your client would be willing to withdraw the preliminary plat and come back to the drawing board? And if so, would your client be willing to withdraw the rezoning request to go back to the drawing board, and if the city would agree to waive the filing fees so you don't have to refile the filing fees, and see if there's a workable solution to come back here? Because one of two things happen. If you, as a board, approve the rezoning, you grant entitlements that you can do R2. It's just then the question of what's the design. If you deny the zoning, it can't be requested for 12 months. So my question to the applicant, based on the earlier comments that they would be willing to go back to the drawing board about the plat, if they would be willing to go back to the drawing board with the whole thing, see if we couldn't work out a more amenable solution to the drainage, the number of lots, the design, and then bring it back to the planning commission and through the board and not have to pay an additional fee for that filing fee for that. If that is acceptable to you as a board and obviously more importantly acceptable to the applicant.
I have a question on that. So does it, if we zone it in R2, he can move forward and pull the plat, I'm just saying as an example, and he pulled the plat, he can start looking at other developments and work with the city on just designing that area, right? So I don't understand why we would pull the zoning and just not approve the plat.
Well, I mean, that's your option. You could approve the zoning and not approve the plat. That's another option. That is strictly up to you, and that may be an option that the applicant is not willing to take. I wanted to ask that question, but the applicant earlier, Mr. Homeyer, indicated that I thought that they would be willing to pull the plat. They may not be willing to withdraw the zoning. That's sort of the question.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think that we need to go ahead and approve the zoning to R2. It's consistent with the north, the south, the west, and the one we're rezoning does not abut the railroad. In so doing, it would allow them to work on a strategic plan to get that drainage worked out. I hate to see them wait 12 months before they could bring anything back when they've got their teeth in it now and they can continue.
Well, even if, excuse me,
Here.
if they withdraw the zoning, it makes more sense to me that they withdraw the zoning and the plat and work it together. But that's your
Yeah.
call.
Working at an engineering firm, I guess I look at it different time. I mean,
Mr. Homeyer, how do you feel?
Ron Homeyer again. I was just letting y'all finish your conversation, sorry. Would you like me Mr. Chavez's personal preference would be to move forward with the zoning and then rework the plat. If that's not amenable and not something you can live with, an alternative, what Mr. Patterson suggested, might be to remand the rezone back to the Planning Commission to review that with a revised plat at a later date, so that we're not having to re-notify on the Planning Commission and Board of Directors for both items again. We're just
Bob is open to, is he open to that?
remanding both of them.
Both of them, yeah.
His preference is to get the zoning moving through right now.
Yeah.
But if that looks, if that's not something that y'all are willing to do at this point, then I think the time is the same of withdrawing or remanding, unless I'm misinterpreting it.
I think the only question about remanding is typically, we would still need probably make notice for the preliminary plat. Is that correct, Ben?
Right, that would have to be done, so I guess it really doesn't matter.
And we just add the rezoning to that too. If it was withdrawn, it wouldn't cost any more to notify everybody. That
That's
was my
true.
point in suggesting if you did withdraw it, that the city would not charge you the reapplication fees because there would be some of that cost.
Okay. And that would be both the rezone and the plat.
does that extend time? If you
We withdraw, it's all the time stops and we gotta start all over again.
but if you had it zone, if you got approval for the R2, would that speed up anything?
Speed it up at the end if they came back with a subdivision plat that is approved. They wouldn't have to wait for the 3 readings on the rezoning. Subdivision just takes 1 reading. But if that point, you could have 2 readings on the rezoning and have the second, third reading if there were no objections at that point, and make that move a little faster.
I know this is not normal, but I think if you had the plat and the zone at the same time, you have a better idea of what you're dealing with. Because if I understood right from the beginning, it was stated that the staff did not feel it was compatible with an R2 zone. Am I correct? I don't want to do anything that keeps this from coming. If we deny it, it's not, he can't bring it back for 12 months. But if we send it back to planning, they can work on it.
Or if he withdraw, if Mr.
Or if he
Chavez chooses to
withdraws it.
Yes, yes.
And starts over.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to reiterate, they cannot design R2 and C2 on the same plat for us to look at. It's going to have to be the same zoning. And if they're going to move forward with residential housing, we need to look at doing the rezoning for them so they have a focus. I would hate for them to have to go through all the plat designs and then again we say no. If it's going to be no, we've got to have a good reason.
Mr. Mayor.
Brad.
Sorry, Bob, I bumped you, but Mindy bumped me. So let's get it clear. Mr. Homeyer's done great work. He just clearly stated staff, he shoved it to Planning Commission, and now he's probing the lines. You know, I'm a prior military guy, and we're having a problem making a decision tonight, and I despise passive weakness. For the love of Siloam, let's make a freaking decision and get on down the road. And this cannot operate the way it's operating now. So I would make a motion to go with the city administrator and that we follow his guidelines that he clearly stated, and either Mr. Chavez likes it or not, and let's get this back to Planning Commission and back to the table.
But you're recommending
Second.
remand. You're recommending a remand, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Good Lord.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on that motion to remand?
What's the motion, Mr. Mayor?
The motion was to remand ordinance 2014 to the planning and zoning. Am I correct? For reconsideration, 2014, ordinance 2014 back. Remand to P&Z for reconsideration. Is that what we're saying?
I think the motion would be to remand the rezoning request back to the Planning Commission with a revised plat.
With a revised plat, okay.
Without the revised plat piece of it, you're just spinning
Correct.
your wheels.
Okay.
Ditto that wording.
Yeah, okay. Ben?
Just wanted for a point of clarification, that would need to be the July Planning Commission. The Planning Commission meets next week, so there wouldn't be enough time to
Okay.
Yeah.
There does not have to be a date.
Oh,
He has to
okay.
revise the plat. He has to be able to work through that plat. It could be August. There's not a remand date because of that unknown issue. If you put a date on it, Mr. Chavez can't meet that deadline, and then we're
back in the same boat again.
Mr. Mayor, we have 1,000 units on the book, 1,000 housing units, and we are spending an exorbitant amount of time over a drainage issue and a zoning. So let's get it back to the people that we sat here at a workshop and applauded, and we're just second guessing people. I'm not into it. It's not what we do.
And that particular thing, if we remand, that doesn't take any approval by the contractor or the engineering firm. This is the board decision of the board to remand.
And I have no doubt Mr. Homeyer and Mr. Chavez will come back with some magnificent thing that's going to make Director Sabatin's ward the happiest ward in America.
So do we have verbiage on that then? Is to remand ordinance 2014 and resolution or 2014?
and ordinance 2014 to the Planning Commission
Right.
with a revised plat.
Okay. Which means that resolution 2520 won't come if we do that motion, then it nullifies 2520, correct?
I don't know that it nullifies it.
For tonight it does.
I don't know that it nullifies it. You would either need to make a motion and deny that, or the applicant could formally withdraw that application.
Okay, well, I guess based on your verbiage that was that we remand with my understanding was with the idea that they were going to replat. That's where I got
You still
that.
have the plat on the agenda and it has to be addressed.
Okay,
one
I
way or
got
the
you.
other.
Okay. I got you. So right now we're talking about ordinance 2014. And the motion is to remand 2014 back to P&Z with a revised plat. Correct. That's the key right there. Thank you. That'll come into our minds when we get down to the resolution. Okay. We have a second. We had a second, did we? Okay. Is there further discussion? Being none, we will vote on the motion to remand ordinance 2014 to P&Z with recommendation to revise with a revised preliminary plat. Did I do that right? Okay. All right. Roll call.
Sappington,
No.
Miley,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Chrysler,
No.
Coleman,
No.
Carroll.
Yes.
All right. I believe that the motion to remand is, Jay, does that require a simple majority? So then the motion to remand has passed 4-3. Am I correct, Renee?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no date on that. So just when they can get back to it. All right, now then we need to move to,
Mr. Mayor?
yes, Ron?
Can I save you a little time on that? We will withdraw that preliminary plat.
You're gonna withdraw the
Yes, sir.
preliminary plat as well? Okay, thank you, Ron.
Or provide a new one, we might as well withdraw this one.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah,
Thank you, Ron.
thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
All right. Resolution 26-20, preliminary plat development permit for the Carly Crossing addition, 14,800 to 14,900 block of Lawless Road. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Board. So you're looking at another preliminary plat. This is at the 14,800 to 900 block of Lawless Road. This is just west of the Lawless Road duplex addition. The proposal plats out 78 single-family lots and has 2 detention basins in 2 phases. The third phase is planned in the future, but it's not part of this proposal. So here you do see the proposal. The southern half of the 40 acres is proposed for the lots, with the northern half left undeveloped at this time. There are 2 detention basins. Those are outlined in pink. The proposal develops this in 2 phases. Phase 1 at the far southern end will contain the larger lots appropriate for the R1 district. Smaller lots are shown above that. The idea is to blend with the existing housing density along Lawless Road, but then allow for an increase in density to the north to better tie into the Lawless Ranch 2-family subdivision, which is now finished. The property is not annexed into the city. However, staff is suggesting a condition that the annexation occur prior to construction on the property. This is the future land use map again. This is designating this area as low density residential. So technically the proposal meets this class because only 79 lots are proposed on 40 acres, which meets the 2 units per acre designation. However, it can be assumed that additional development will occur with the potential third phase on the northern half of the property. Staff is supportive of increasing density beyond the future land use maps guidance due to several factors. These are the availability of high capacity sewer lines in the area, the improved streets, that particularly Lawless Road, and the growth trends that are heading north of the city. Staff will recommend that the density be increased for the parcel future map updates. And this is the site view looking to the north. The two family structures are to the right are now finished at this point in Lawless Ranch. Staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval with a condition as shown in the staff report on annexing and zoning to R1 and R2. And we are available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Any comments from the audience? Hi, Ron.
Ron Holmeyer, Civil Engineering. Just one quick comment. The annexation probably would have already been here to the city except for the COVID-19 pandemic. The hearing was towards the end of last month, and so I haven't heard anything, but I'm assuming no news is good news, so hopefully you'll be seeing the annexation petition shortly.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. All right. Any other comments? It's great to see the willingness of the developer to want to go ahead and move that right into the city. That's great. That gets us going. So I'll turn it over to the board for comments or questions on 2620.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Marla?
That is city utilities out there, or is it another utility company? City utilities?
City utilities, yeah.
Okay. And then what is the total acreage for all three projects? Is that the 40 or?
This one is on 40 acres.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looked really large. I wanted to make sure. It wasn't really clear.
Yeah,
All right.
40 acres, yeah.
For this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Brad.
So, Ben, how does that work with the subdivision that's in the county and the road? Will that road go through off to our right on Lawless Ranch?
That's a great question. That is actually part of the undeveloped phase. So if I go to the map here, you see that undeveloped road, the stub out right here. So that is actually going to be going out to the field. So what you're proposing tonight is just the area right here as far as for future lots. What they're going to do eventually is come back potentially for another preliminary plat for the northern phase, sort of similar to what they're doing with Sweet Homes. If you recall that subdivision where they had only preliminary platted only the first couple of phases because they wanted to make sure that the development was successful before they committed the planning for the next phase. So that's kind of what we're doing with this one too. So.
The people in the Lawless area that we heard from before, are they aware that it is growing up around them and they are going to have more traffic? I've seen the signs posted out there. Have you heard from any of them at all yet?
I was surprised a little bit about that, but no, we've not heard anything that I'm aware of from the neighbors on this one.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Marla.
we attended the fire sprinkler demonstration. How far out do these houses have to be before the sprinklers are required?
Chief Kreiner's not here tonight, but the sprinkler requirement, did it pass? And it was but it was related to a dead-end cul-de-sac, not
right
at the edge of the city limits, so it's not applicable here.
Well, I didn't know the length of the street had anything to do with it.
It had to be the length of a dead-end street.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else? No further comments. I'll entertain a motion to place resolution 2620. I'll entertain a
Carol?
motion. Yes, Carol.
I move that we approve resolution number 2620, authorizing a preliminary plat development permit for 14800 to 14900 block of Lawless Road, subject to the recommended condition of approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Being none, we'll vote on the motion to approve. Roll call.
Wiley,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Bissler,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Sappington.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next, resolution 27-20, preliminary plat development permit for Endura Park addition 14701 North Country Club Road. Ben Rhodes?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Mayor and Board. Before you is another preliminary plat occurring at, as the mayor stated, at 14701 North Country Club Road. This is just north of the electric substation and across the street from Webb Wheel. The proposal is to develop 73 single-family lots, 26 two-family lots, and two multi-family lots. In addition to all this, the applicant is proposing a park facility which will include several active recreation amenities. Because this development is presently outside the city limits, the applicant also proposes to annex the property with the R2, R4, and PK zones. That's the park zone. So this is the site plan. Some notable features include the detention basins shown in the pink outline. The two existing ponds in the blue will be mucked out and filled with stormwater, or the stormwater in the area will be directed to those new basins. The larger lots on the southern end of the property are multifamily and parkland. The multifamily is shown to include both apartments and townhomes. The applicant is also dedicating right-of-way on the southern property line for the future extension of Oakcrest Road. The development will tie in partially with that extension. I'll show that right there. And the width of that is suitable for the anticipated traffic that would be coming in and out of the addition at that location. Future land use map has this as mixed use, which is appropriate for residential or commercial uses. And the map also indicated that there should be a park in that area, which is that little picnic table icon I've circled right there. And that is actually being provided in this proposal. So. This is a slide. It will show the proposed zoning upon annexation. We're just showing this because there's multiple zones included. We have the R2 at the top, R4 on the bottom, and then PK in the corner there. And then lastly, with the site view looking to the north, you will note that there are identical land uses that exist northeast of the property. That's located right here. We have two family and apartments. Staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval with the condition that the annexation and zoning occur prior to final plat acceptance. And staff stands by for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any comments from the audience? Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and or questions of staff. Being none, we'll vote on the motion 2720. Roll call.
Motion.
We need
We
a
don't
motion.
have a motion?
Mayor.
That's the reason I don't have
moved.
anybody down there. Okay.
A motion to approve.
I knew that.
So moved.
No, I'm sorry. Let's let Brad finish his.
Read us.
Read it out. Okay.
Okay. Approve resolution 27-20 authorizing a preliminary plat development permit for 14701 North Country Club Road, subject to recommended conditions of approval.
Marla, you
Second.
Okay. Motion and second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Being none, we'll vote on the motion to approve. Roll call.
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Sappington,
Yes.
Riley.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next is resolution 2820, final plat development permit. These are the numbers of you were talking about earlier in the evening, wasn't it, Brad? The numbers coming before the board. Resolution 28-20, final plat development permit for the Elrod addition at the 3000 block of Sherry Whitlock Drive. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. For your next resolution, you're looking at a final plat that's occurring, as the mayor stated, 3000 block of Sherry Whitlock Drive. The proposal splits an existing tract in the Elrod subdivision, creating 3 new lots. And here is the proposed site plan. So the lot here essentially is being split off. There's an existing lot there. And the new lines, as I do the squiggle, just give you a differentiation of the lines. So that this line here is what's proposed. And by doing that, that creates 3 new lots, even though this is the main lot that they're interested in developing. These lots will all have access to Sherwood Whitlock Drive and or Progress Avenue. Here is the site view looking to the north. The lots on the north and south will be north and south of the existing dental office. And then the final lot located basically in the wooded area right here. That's just north of the high school's agricultural studies building. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends approval, and we with the standard condition filing within 45 days, and we stand by for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any comments from the audience? Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and/or questions of staff.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mindy.
Ben, do you have any idea what commercial property they're planning to put up, or commercial buildings?
I don't have that information at this time.
We don't know. Okay.
No.
Mayor,
Brad.
make a motion to approve resolution number 28-20, authorizing a final plat development permit for the 3,000 block of Sherwood Whitlock Drive, subject to recommended condition of approval.
Second.
No, we have a motion and a second. Is there additional or further discussion on the motion to approve? Being none, we will vote on the motion to approve on resolution 28-20. Roll call?
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Sappington,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next is resolution 29-20, significant development permit, Netzel Development LLC, 1,000 block of South Washington Cornerstone Business Park. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Board. Before you is a significant development permit. This is at the 1,000 block of South Washington Street. As a point of reference, this is just south of the Priscilla Court project that you reviewed and remanded earlier this evening. This proposal constructs 2 office warehouse buildings, a consumer self-storage facility, and finally an auto services shop. Here you see the proposed site plan with an aerial shown behind. The long-term plan is to split this property into 2 lots, as shown there, Lot 1 and 2. Staff reviewed the project to ensure that it will work upon receiving the proposed lot split. The primary entrance to the auto service building will be off of Kenwood, located here, with the secondary entrance planned along Washington Street for the 2 office buildings, and then the customers would continue on the same drive to access the self-storage units, which are these longer buildings interior to the site. The project is not going to be developed in this back area intentionally, because this is that part of that drainage flow that was discussed with the earlier project. Here we see the landscaping plan. There are ample trees proposed, which will assist in slowing down stormwater runoff. Landscaping is also provided as a buffer to the house on the corner here for screening. Here is the elevation, what the buildings would generally look like. They're best described as a primary metal facade with stone and stucco treatments at the base, and by the main entrance, wall-mounted lighting for the parking areas. And finally, you're looking at the site. This is to the north. Staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval with 2 conditions. The first is that the applicant must comply with the required parking lot lighting standards as shown on the building plan sets. And secondly, that that either the lot split permit be submitted or separate easement plat be submitted, or require because for easements that are needed, and that being required prior to building permit issuance. With that, staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any comments from the audience? Being none, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and questions of staff.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Brad.
Hey, Ben, so when we're looking at this surface of this particular project, and I think it's a great fit, having said that, what we just kicked down the road is this is an example. I think Director Smiley had commented, as we put in hard surfaces, we get runoff. Have we looked at, and I think when Amy was on the board, we spoke of pervious asphalt or anything like that? Is there any consideration on that? Because I understand, but in a heavy rain, the shrubbery only absorbs a certain amount, and that hydrology is going to be amplified, which is going to put Ron in a questionable, and Mr. Chavez. Is there anything that they have mentioned that they might do with this much hard surface that would assist in slowing the runoff outside of landscaping?
Well, I didn't review the drainage, although we do have, I don't, Justin is still here, but I mean, I would say that it does meet the minimum zoning, or excuse me, the drainage manual requirements. As to specific pavement treatments, I wasn't made aware of anything in particular for this project, but the peak development flow exiting the project upon development should match what is pre-development levels. So there would not be any excess water flow coming off, although I think Justin might comment.
Hi, Justin Bland, city engineer. So in this situation, since we have this main drainage channel coming through here, that we're actually letting this peak come through, run off the thing, and get downstream before the peak from the big drainage area comes through. Because if you were to delay this on site, those peaks kind of mash up and you get a bigger peak, and that's what causes the bigger issues. So in these situations, and typically like when you're next to Sager Creek or different larger drainage basins, you wouldn't have on-site detention along these areas because of that, because you can actually make it worse than better in that situation. So that's what we're doing here. They don't have any proposed impervious or pervious pavement. I mean, that's always an option in our manual, but we don't have it as a requirement, though.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't quite hear what he had to say. The water off of this project drains to the same area that we were looking at on 900 Washington, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the that's the culvert, and then that's the property right here, just to the top of the page. That's right.
Was that going to intensify? I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, sure.
Is that going to intensify what goes on?
No. So in this situation, there's, probably several hundred acres draining through here.
Right.
And since it's such a big drainage area, the peak flow, by the time all that drainage area is reaching this point, if we were to detain the flow on site, and this kind of gets a little technical, but basically the idea is we want this water to get off the site and downstream before the peak from the bigger area comes through. Because if you wait and the two peaks align, that's when you have issues. So that with such a big drainage area draining through there, that's kind of the strategy.
Does that new bridge do anything?
It actually should help put the flow get through, allow the flow to get through the better. So,
as I was driving down today, and I was looking at Kenwood, and I was looking at that channel. And I've never really paid that much attention to it before. It's very weedy. Is that normal? Is that supposed to be that way, or are we supposed to keep it clean?
On the south side of the road, or
on the south side of the road?
Well, that is probably not a dedicated drainage way currently. Okay. So that's probably up to private maintenance.
That's a private thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
because it's close to that bridge, but not.
Now, what's it within?
Looks like it. part of the drainage.
What's in the right of way, you know, that would probably be on our crews to do, which
Okay.
would be,
And it's coming up, it looks like coming up from 412.
yeah, that would probably be on the private side of things, I would imagine.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
my concern is having to bore under the roads to get the water and sewer. You know, South Washington Street was like a state-funded project, I think, when it went through. And who's going to pay for that?
That will be at the developer's cost.
Okay, just to make sure I'm clear on this, you said you want the water on the north edge along Kenwood to get into the channel faster. That's better so that the water coming from the south won't catch up with it. Is that going to exacerbate the issue that they have on the property to the north there, having more faster water coming faster than it was coming?
No, that's the reason we want to get this through the system quicker is that just to avoid having that bigger peak. So by doing it, if we were to require on-site detention basin here, it's more likely to cause issues because you're going to be holding water and releasing it at a higher rate for a longer period of time. So it's going to make that peak bigger. So without drawing some graphs here, it may be hard to kind of convey, but yeah, the idea is that we want this water to get through there before the bigger peak comes downstream, and that's going to avoid issues downstream on that other site there.
Mayor?
Yes, Brad.
And the reason I bring that up is I have a feeling you're going to be asked that by somebody else in the near future.
All right. Any further questions? Yes, Carol.
I move that we approve resolution number 29-20, authorizing significant development permit for the 1,000 block of South Washington Street, subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Being none, we will vote on the motion to approve on resolution 29-20. Roll call.
Chrysler,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Tappington,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Resolution, next agenda item is Resolution 30-20, Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission Transportation Alternative Program Grant Application for Lake Francis Sidewalk. And Justin is going to address this one, and he's also going to address at the same time Resolution 3120, RDOT Transportation Alternative Program Grant Application for Lake Francis Sidewalk. He's going to give all his summation all at once, but this will require two motions to approve.
Thank you, Justin Blancett, engineer. Okay, so what we have here are two grant applications for the Transportation Alternative Program, which are both 80-20 grant opportunities. They're both federal grants, but since the Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission has their own pot of federal money, we can actually apply twice for these and potentially get them from both sources, which we did a year and a half ago on the Heiko Street Trail project. So when staff prepared looking at this, we thought this would be a good fit here. This area along Lake Francis going east from Chacombe Park, which is down here, over to where Roselawn and Aslan Street intersect Lake Francis. And then also the full extent of Washington Street from Highway 412 up here at the top of the screen down to where it reaches Lake Francis. This project was number 4, I believe, on the project priority list. I think that the section along Washington would connect 60 houses to Chacombe Park or to Highway 412. The portion along Lake Francis, easily 180 houses that are currently don't really have a great pedestrian route anywhere outside of the Woodland subdivision there. So the idea on this is that on Washington Street, the NWBA bike ped plan calls for a sidewalk on that. I think logically speaking, we would put the sidewalk on the west side of the street because that's where the houses are. That may be more expensive because there are utilities there that would have to be relocated. I don't think at this point in time we have to commit just right now which side. What we will have to do that when the budget comes up. We don't have to commit right now because the utility costs are not covered by this grant. So that would be something we would have to cover. So between now and budgeting season, we can kind of evaluate that and see what the best option is. On Lake Francis, the idea is to just extend City Crews built curb and gutter and sidewalk from Mount Olive over to Chacombe Park maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So the idea would be to continue this over to Roselawn. So we would have a curb and gutter and then the sidewalk directly behind it. There is one spot, I believe it's right here. There's a house with a swimming pool that is probably within 15 foot of the edge of the road. So very restricted corridor there. So, the sidewalk fits through that area. Now, I will note that on the bike ped plan, this is, like for instance, is noted as a side path over to Highway 59. And then it also calls for a side path eventually underneath the Highway 412 overpass along the railroad. I think that trail connection or the overpass would come with the phase 2 of Highway 412 widening. They would have to adjust the bridges at that point in time, and we could possibly, maneuver some room underneath there to get a trail underneath there. And according to that plan, that's going to be the corridor that the main corridor under 412. As far as the the side path along Lake Francis, we wanted to put the sidewalk on the south side because it's already developed and there's not very much space. On the north side, there's actually some bigger pieces that still have yet to be developed that would potentially or would have to be built out by a developer at this point in time. But there's more space over there in the future to put the side path if needed on that side. So, of course, with the passing of this, staff would prepare any other costs in the 2021 budget. And staff is recommending approval and is available with any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Any comments from the audience? If not, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and/or questions of staff.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Justin, I think you may have addressed this, but I missed it. It's like my brain's starting to shut down. On Lake Francis, there's that gap. What was that gap for? Between, right there is Aspen's coming out. It looks like there's or is there already sidewalk there?
There is the line weight on the, I apologize for that, the line weight didn't print properly, but there's
Oh,
existing.
I see the little faint lines. Okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
We would just be tying into that, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Marla.
Of course. Justin, so we're looking at doing a sidewalk or side path or maybe one now and one later on Lake Francis?
Well, I think having a sidewalk on one side and a side path on the other side would be an appropriate solution there. On the south side of the road, we're somewhat limited, so a side path is not a great option there. So when staff discussed this, we think that trying to extend, since we've kind of already started over here on the Mount Olive side, the sidewalk with the curb, we thought extending that across the frontage, nearly to the railroad track would be a good solution. And doing it on the south side also prevents us in the future, if we were to improve Lake Francis, we wouldn't have to tear anything out necessarily, or not very much out, because, we would have to eventually realign the little double curves there before you get to the railroad. So if we built the stuff on the north side, it would probably have to be adjusted. So this kind of eliminates that down the road.
I do have one suggestion. Right as you turn out of Chacombe Park, there's a water or sewer lid that sticks up about that high.
Oh.
And I dodge it a lot. So if we could do something to that too while we're working on the sidewalk, it'd be great.
Sure.
But I'm eager to see this project move forward.
All right, any further comments? And I'll entertain a motion to approve Resolution 30-20. Yes, Carol.
I move that we approve Resolution 30-20, authorizing the city to apply for and obtain an 80/20 Transportation Alternatives Program grant from the Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission for a sidewalk on Lake Francis Drive and Washington Street.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Further discussion? Being none, we will vote on the motion to approve. Roll call?
Coleman,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Tappington,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Now we'll entertain a motion on Resolution 31-20.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I
Randy?
move that we approve Resolution 31-20, authorizing the city to apply for and obtain an 80/20 Transportation Alternatives Program grant from the Arkansas Department of Transportation for a sidewalk on Lake Francis Drive and Washington Street.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Being none, we will vote on the motion. Motion for Resolution 31-20. Roll call?
Carroll,
Yes.
Tappington,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Coleman.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Philip, I
Thank you,
guess
Mr.
we
Mayor
we
and
finally
Board.
got to you.
I have a lot to report, but I'll try to do it as quickly as possible. You have the April financial statements in front of you. If you have any questions, feel free to give myself a call. The May sales tax numbers are in. For the month, we're up over 12%. We're up over 12% year to date. I included in there a comparison for 2018 because last year at this time we were down compared to the year before, but you can see we're up even on the numbers for 2018. The county's up almost 9% for the month and over 12% year to date. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about the census response rate. We were at 61.1. We're now at 62, so we're slowly climbing up. It's not great. We're going to try to put some more information out there tomorrow to try to really get into that. I'd like to see us at least into the 70s if at all possible. I'm going to jump around a little bit on my report. There's been some discussion, I think, with some of you and maybe even with the board about staff working with Airbnb to collect the HMR taxes, the hotel motel tax. We're still working with them. They're going to be very slow due to the COVID-19. They also say there's a lot of jurisdictions that are doing the same thing, so it's going to be some time. But we're going to keep pushing on that. We did receive some art donations from the Daisy and Bennett Howe art collection. A relative of the Howes, Miss Susan Harding from Colorado, was in town. The Howes lived out in Don Hill, and they donated 4 paintings, 3 of them from Troy Anderson and 1 from Robert Redbird. This one is a Mr. Anderson. Let's see if I can make this work. I have to turn it on. It might help. Mr. Anderson, and the one on the right is also Mr. Anderson, and the one on the left is Mr. Redbird's. But those paintings are going to be hung in the library. We found a place to put them in one of the reading rooms. We'll put up a little plaque that they've been donated from the Howe art collection. But we wanted to thank Susan Harding for that donation. I wanted to announce the board candidate positions. So position 5, the county has already done the ballot draw, so in the order of how I'm about to name them will be how they appear on the ballot. So position 5, James Walls, Reed Carroll, and Kevin Williams. Position 6, Carol Smiley, Nathaniel Stone, and Bob Holloway. Position 7, Frank Johnson, Bob Coleman, Michael Henry, and David Allen. And Mayor, Judy Nation. So we'll start putting that information out there in social media and on the website tomorrow, but that's how they'll appear on the ballot. The last time to register for the primary is July the 13th, so anybody who's not already registered, please do so. Before I have my last couple of items, I'm going to ask Chief Gilbert to update you on the police policies and where we stand with our training as it relates to some of the issues that are going on the national scale. Chief Gilbert.
Alan Gilbert, Chief of Police, Siloam Springs. I'll try to be brief. As of May 25th, I've received a lot of phone calls and emails and text messages from my colleagues across the country just talking about the events. So I thought it'd be a good time to address you on that and answer your questions. To our community, I am saddened by the tragic death of George Floyd and the violence that has erupted throughout our great nation. The video footage of Mr. Floyd's death was shocking. The actions as well as the inactions of the officers involved were inexcusable. What I saw in the video is inconsistent and contrary to everything that the Siloam Springs Police Department have been taught during their training, their academy days, and our current use of force guidelines. I would not normally interject my opinion until a complete investigation of the incident has been completed, but this one is clearly wrong and deeply disturbing. On behalf of the men and women of the Siloam Police Department, we would like to extend our prayers, sympathy, and condolences to the family of Mr. George Floyd and the entire community of Minneapolis. There are standards that we, as police officers, embrace. We live in the 21st century, and our policing practice must mirror the recognition and equality of all races and cultures through the lens and procedural justice. The Siloam Springs Police Department is a state-accredited law enforcement agency through the Arkansas Association of Chiefs of Police. Our decision to achieve accreditation was made in a comment to our citizens, as a commitment to our citizens and our community to demonstrate to hold ourselves accountable and define measures, standards, and law enforcement best practices in the delivery of law enforcement services to our community. The mission and training of the Siloam Police Department and the training of our police officers based off the community policing philosophy. Our employees continue to be guided by three pillars in the duties and actions: keeping our actions constitutionally correct, ensuring our actions are morally and ethically sound, and keeping our actions within the authority delegated to us. Every member of the police department is dedicated to these pillars, and the actions such as those in Minneapolis are contrary to this and would not be acceptable in our organization or by our community. We are committed to providing our community with constitutional-based law enforcement services by ensuing our actions and constitutionally correct, morally and ethically sound, and within strict authority delegated to us as police officers. De-escalation training is incorporated in many of our training topics. Our officers are trained annually on response to resistance, less than lethal response, defensive tactics, bias-based policing, search and seizure and arrest, detainee care and transport, complaints and internal affairs, sexual harassment, dealing with the mentally ill, and ethics. The above topics are not all inclusive to our annual training, but are destined to ensure our delivery of law enforcement services and is constitutionally sound, and our officers use only the techniques and tactics and methods which were reasonably and necessary to effect lawful objective. Our policies and published online as a commitment to providing a transparency. Currently, the state of Arkansas requires 24 hours of training. We are proud to state that our department averaged over 100 hours of training per officer in 2019. As an accredited agency, we conduct individual and annual reviews of incidents involving response to resistance, bias-based policing, racial profiling, vehicle pursuits. We provide annual reports to Arkansas Association of Chiefs of Police. Arkansas Attorney General's Office also, as it is required. We train our employees in these concepts to ensure that when deciding a course of action and conduct, these decisions are sound and in accordance with professional standards and training. Our success is maintaining a culture of delivering constitutionally based policing services is due to continued professional training, holding ourselves to a law enforcement code of ethics, and maintaining a culture of action which is consistent with our three pillars. I am very fortunate to lead such a well-trained professional department. I am proud of the men and women of this organization. They are hired based on their character and their values, and they are proud of this community and their role as protectors and partners. To wear the badge that says Siloam Springs expressly means we are supportive of every individual regardless of race, culture, or gender. As your police chief, I will not tolerate disregard for our community's values, and neither will the members of our department. All residents and visitors should be confident that the Siloam Police Department understands the difficult role that we play in the complex society that which we live in today. We embrace the challenge to make our community better each day by our actions and our beliefs. I just want to share a couple incidents that we have to show about de-escalation what we have in our training. An incident that occurred on May 22nd around 2:14 a.m. in the morning at Walmart Supercenter. That Supercenter, it ended up at Hampton Inn. The incident lasted 2.5 hours. It was an individual that we got a call that was possibly had a large knife. When the officers arrived on scene, the individual made aggressive movements towards the officers, threatening them, even charging their car with the knife. He lunged and swung the knife at them. They were able to gain space through our training. Even though they could use deadly force, they chose not to. Officers were justified in using deadly force. And through our de-escalation tactics, officers were able to create a safe distance, like I said, and officers were able to gain compliance and arrest using a limited force. So I was proud of that action. On May 29, 2020, at approximately 5:30 p.m., an individual threatened to commit suicide by a cop. 911 dispatched officers to the location. The individual had already left the scene. Instead of leaving the scene, officers stayed committed to locating the individual a block away. While being instigated by onlookers while trying to de-escalate the situation, the individual was telling officers he wanted to die and just wanted the officers to shoot him. Officers were able to de-escalate the situation through training and teamwork. The individual was taken to the hospital and to receive help with mental issues. Again, that incident lasted 2 hours and 52 minutes. So again, I was proud of the action of those officers and be happy to answer any questions. I know you guys are wore out, don't want to hear me anymore. Anything? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you for that. I know I was one of the emails that you got on just wanting more information about just this being a good time for us to publicly make some of these statements.
It is. We absolutely have an outstanding police department, and we have excellent officers around the country, and right now they need our support.
Exactly. And speaking of this statement, when this meeting is available online, the whole meeting will be available, and you can usually jump right down to specific sections. Okay, so this will be easy to share with other people in the town as well. Okay, thank you.
There will be a link to the administrator's report, and then
perfect.
Get through listening to me, and then she will.
Okay.
And then I'll come back like I am.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank Chief Gilbert. We had an incident at the Manna Center the other day that could have gone wrong, and the officers were really kind to the gentleman that was there and took care of the situation rather quickly, and I appreciate it.
Right. Philip?
Thank you again. So we've been working at the staff level to try to design how to open up the Family Aquatic Center. The state has said we can open them up at the end of this month, or at the end of last month actually. Springdale is going to open up on June the 8th. Rogers is not going to open up their aquatic center at all. Bentonville is opening up the week of June the 8th. Fayetteville, there's been no decision. Prairie Grove is opening sometime in June. We don't know for sure. We developed a plan to open up on June the 18th, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 1 to 7 p.m. and on Sunday from 2 to 6 p.m. And then beginning on August the 17th, just being open Saturday and Sunday, 1 to 7 and 2 to 6 until the end of the season. We can do that within the directions that the Arkansas Health Department has provided. We would have some limitations as far as maximum occupancy. Normally there's a 300 bather occupancy. We would drop that down to 125, and then the other, because it's 50% occupancy, the other part of that, with the other 25, would be staff over time. We would separate obviously out the chairs and the tables and get social distancing. Any lost and found items that wouldn't be keys or phones or valuable items would be thrown away. We wouldn't allow toys or noodles into the pool area. Would place signage. We would potentially have pre-packaged food at the concession stand. We wouldn't have swimming lessons. We wouldn't allow memberships. There'd be no group entries, no pavilion rentals. The only sort of group membership would be the McKee Employee Recreation Association, which we have a contractual obligation with. That would allow them to come on a first-come, first-served basis. We would allow the swim team to use the facility and practice only on Monday and Thursdays from 7 to 10 a.m. No swim meets. So I asked staff to put that together for me and submit it. And then I asked staff to put together the fiscal side of that. And what I need from you is some feedback. We normally operate the Family Aquatic Center for the last 5 years on a deficit budget, meaning it doesn't pay for itself. We supplement it with general fund money. $48,000 is the average over the last 4 years. In order to operate it this year under those standards, that subsidy is going to run about just under $100,000, $98,000, and that's assuming that those 125 people turn over twice every day. If all 120 come in and they only pay one time and they don't turn over, that subsidy will go up. So the money, I think, is there based on the sales tax dollars not being dropped off, but those sales tax numbers that I showed you or told you earlier are March sales. We haven't seen April sales. April will be the full month of COVID-19 impact. I don't think it's going to be as worse as it was before, but I would like to hear some feedback from you as to what your thoughts are. Part of the idea of opening up the Family Aquatic Center, part of the idea of opening up the park amenities is to try to get back to some resemblancy of normalcy and try to do something along those lines. I think COVID-19 is a huge balancing act for the cities. Cities of Roger and a few others, you can't get in City Hall unless you have your temperature taken. They have people standing there doing that. We did not do that. We were trying to balance the public health with trying to getting back to some sense of normalcy. I think opening up the Aquatic Center provides that sense of normalcy, but it will double the subsidy from the general fund this year. So we can do the same. We're planning on doing the same with the splash pad. At the Aquatic Center, part of the health department's rule is no baby pool. So we want to open up the splash pad and allow maybe the smaller children to use that. But even if we don't open up the Aquatic Center, I believe we can open up and turn on the splash pad with some general stuff of 6-foot distancing, but it won't cost the same. It's only about probably $3,000 to $5,000, which is the normal cost anyway to run that splash pad. But the subsidy at the Aquatic Center will double this year if we open it up.
Comments? Yeah, Brad.
I think I brought this up earlier. If we're concerned, if we think we're going to flatline out on sales tax, or if we think we're going to take a hit for quality of life and sense of normalcy, and I'll talk about some incidents in my neighborhood that the PD did a great job on. If the money's not there, I'm all for reaching into reserves and to bring a little life back to Siloam. And if we have to spend $100,000, it'll be the best $100,000 we ever spent. Thank you.
Anything else? Carol? Mm-hmm.
My first thought was not to open it because of money, and also because it's just so much that I think the city has to take responsibility on just maintaining those states' requirements that they want. But as I've thought about it, everybody's wanting to get out. You can only be contained so long, and I think that's one of the places that the families can get together. And I'm like Brad. I'm willing to take it out of reserve if we have to meet the numbers.
Mayor, I've been doing some traveling out in the countryside lately, and every time I cross where there is running water, there's 5 or 6 or 10 trucks parked along the side because people are out in the water. They are wanting to be out. The sun's shining. It's beautiful. They're enjoying it. I think that this community would enjoy having the pool open If we could do that, I would be in favor of that. I've had many ask when the splash pad opens. And I know we have some guidelines to go by, but I think it would be investment well spent.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mindy?
I concur. I was at the kayak park this weekend, rode my bike down there, and sure enough, just lots of people, mostly segregated in family units. So I think that sense of normalcy, as much as we can, is worth the extra.
Sure.
Okay.
I think it would be a wonderful idea to go ahead and do that as long as we, have the stipulations, we have the guidelines, and if something does happen, we do have an outbreak or anything, that we understand immediate shutdown.
Mr. Mayor, I concur with that too. I just recommend we jack up the chlorine level to the top maximum level, legal level.
Maybe give them all chlorine baths.
All right. It's up to you.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think people want to get back to normal.
I totally agree. So, I mean, I don't have a vote anyway, but yeah, I think it's
Thank
great.
you on that, and so our plan is to operate the splash pad at the same time. There'll be reduced hours, but it'll be every day of the week, but it will be reduced hours. Also, for your knowledge, we are working on trying to develop a plan for the amphitheater. It stinks that we built an amphitheater and now COVID's there. The limit of 50 people is a problem for how do we spend public money on an event and then only allow 50 members of the public to attend. But there is an option, and that option is if we can come up with a valid plan, we can submit that plan to the health department, and they might be able to approve it, or they might approve it, and then we can maybe do something else. So we're working on that, and I'll hopefully be able to report on that at a later date. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, this is a fairly long meeting. This was like when my wife was on the board. They used to have these routinely. Remember that, Carol?
I do.
Yes, they were routine to be going into. She'd come home at 10:30, 11 o'clock, something regularly. First of all, Philip and Renee, I would like to make sure that the comments by Chief Gilbert, be placed into the minutes in their entirety as a separate attachment so that it could be copied and forwarded to someone. That was some serious good stuff. And I know if that's okay, I'd like to see that they be included with the minutes, so that we can take that and send that to relatives or whatever, or friends, and tell them here's what we do in Siloam Springs, and here's what our police chief does, and his department is as good as they get. Let this board do some bragging. So I'd ask that we do that. It is, and I'm glad to see Troy Anderson. I went to school with Troy and worked with him for many years. So Troy's a great guy and a great artist. And you see him out at Lowe's every now and then, getting something for his art projects. It's kind of odd to look at the 2020 board candidates and not see my name on there. Be 14 years. That's what I'm on. And I'll save more for later, but I tried, but our city clerk wouldn't take my petition. It was late. It was late, and there was only one signature on it. So, and that was my wife's, which was always the first for 14 years. Her signature has always been on the first signature on my petitions. But I'll save them. It's late, so I'll save the comments for later, because if I'm going to have some really good stuff to say, I want to make sure everybody's awake to hear it and remember what I say. So anyway, good luck to everyone that's running. And Judy, looks like you're going to get it.
And boy, are you
that's great. That's great. Back on the board, Judy already has 16 years of city board experience. So and I will tell you this, as I wax on, Judy, when she was vice mayor, she flies through meetings. I mean, flies through the meetings. So don't blink, or else you will be passed and you'll be voting on something you wanted to talk about. Okay. Well, I'm sure that Director Sappington is going to mention this, but we lost a true friend and a true citizen, a great citizen and great person with when we lost Mark this week, and I know it's going to be tough for Marla, but I'll leave most of my comments for that. I think that is all I have. I'll just better shut up. Let's get on so we can get out of here. And I believe that Mindy, you get to start the comments this time. Director Burns or Director Coleman, be prepared.
Okay.
Get to close them out and adjourn us.
It's like old times.
Yeah, it is.
Condolences to the Brooker family and to those that worked with him at the Manna Center. I only got to know him just recently through some work I've done there, and it is a loss to the Manna Center and the community. Thank you again, Chief Gilbert. And I like the idea of having that in print, and then I want to be able to refer to the video as well for people to be able to hear those, as the mayor said, serious good stuff comments. It was some serious good stuff. Shout out to the residents who I met with last Friday. I mentioned earlier that a resident had called because of some flooding in her backyard, and she wanted me to come see what it looked like. And when I got there that morning, she gathered all of her neighbors together. There were 4 houses in a row that were having these issues. And I then relayed some of those issues to Mr. Patterson, who actually asked to come see the property as well. So I let the residents know, and they all gathered again, and we met with them for a couple of hours, and it was just a really nice time. Of one of the first things they said was, we're not griping, we're not demanding that the city do something, but we do want you to see what's going on here. And one of the reasons for that was because they wanted to prevent that kind of thing from happening for future residents. But Philip spent a good 2 hours really just talking about some of the options they might consider. Not really anything the city could do, but they were just very appreciative of the time that we spent with them. But I was just very appreciative that one, they weren't demanding that the city do something, and two, and I let them know this, these were 4 neighbors right next to each other that were all working together to solve a problem. They weren't calling to let us know that one another was a problem. They were working together, and that was really nice. So a shout out to the first 4 houses on Letitia Lane off of Sherry Whitlock. This is a difficult time. It's just a difficult time in our nation, and I think Chief Gilbert relayed a lot of my feelings very, very well, and so I won't try to repeat any of that. It's just a time we all need to pray for our nation.
Brad?
I'll lighten it up. Walmart ran out of bicycles.
Good.
Check it out. Blew my mind. They have plenty of tissue paper, but no bikes, which I'm sure they're restocking. And I was happy when Barravino's was alive. We had a Friday night crowd, and I had, I wouldn't say many pints, but those that have had pints of beer with me, we had 1 or 2 on occasion, and always good company. He did good work for the community. I will say that at the end of last month, a couple of weeks, PD's been in my neighborhood. Specifically on 529, I've got a low-income residential area, kids involved. We've got COVID. I'm sure it's a hard time. In fact, I know it is. And I looked out my window, and on the sidewalk in my neighborhood, if you know where I live, there was a gentleman sitting there, a person, represents diversity of Siloam Springs, and 2 PD officers spent quite a bit of time talking, and you could see it's tense. And I went about my day. I looked out there, and what I'm assuming, I don't know the present, how their format is, but it looked like a patrol sergeant was there. Now we've got 3 PD officers. Long conversation still going on. Went about my day. Looked out the window. That person was walking down the middle of the street with a shirt off, and you could tell a little bit distraught. I mean, you know, just observation from my observation. I looked back over to that location, and the PD officers were talking amongst themselves. It's exactly what the chief just said. It's a reflection of Siloam. I'm pro-change in Siloam. I'm going to be extremely aggressive over it in the next couple of years. But there's one thing that will never change in Siloam. We are Siloam. We've got a great PD officer. It's tough being public safety. And it's even tougher now. And when I watched TV the other evening, the news, I got in late and watched Bentonville. Yeah, I don't get it. I understand protesting. I understand freedom of speech at the highest level. What I don't understand is why we would take away small business, the very thing we fight for in the community. And so we have a lot of opinions in Siloam, and a lot of that trash is on Facebook. But I think actions speak louder than words, and that occurred on 5/29 of that incident. And I don't know who those guys were. I just know that they did it smart and they did it wise. I didn't keep track of the time, but obviously the training's correct, so we appreciate that. And I thank the PD officers for that action. Thank you.
Marla.
All right, this is going to be difficult, but I wrote it down. We mentioned the Brooker family, and Mark was director at the Manna Center where I've been for over 10 years, and he's been there for almost 10 years. We also went to school with him. Renee and I were classmates with him, and he was a dear friend. So this is what I wrote. I lost a dear friend last week, and I have been reflecting on some of the things that we've talked about. How to help those in need, how to fix poverty, our grandchildren, our retirement, our youth, and our community. So I want to share with you how important last things are and how they impact us and our decisions. Never pass up on the opportunity to do good, to be good, to see good in yourself, others, your friends, and your family. Remember, God is in control of our time on earth, so make every chance to do, be, and see matter. There are many trials to be faced in our lifetime. Trials do make us better, for after a storm, we look for the rainbow.
That is Mark. Thank you, Marla. Thank you. Lisa?
I would like to give my condolences to the Brooker family as well as the Manna Center family. Siloam Springs lost an amazing individual whose work can be seen all throughout the region, not just Siloam Springs. He made a difference to so many people. Please keep his wife Sherry and their children in your prayers, as well as the Manna Center family. I attended the funeral, and his son could write, if he wanted to, could write an amazing book about Mark. He did an amazing job at the ceremony. I wanted to say thank you to the citizens that have reached out to me regarding agenda items, as well as any compliments or concerns that they may have. This past couple of weeks, I've had a lot of conversations regarding high grass, 'tis the season, and citizens maintaining the right-of-ways. There seems to be confusion on where responsibility or whose responsibility it is, and what if it can't be maintained in its current state. What should be done? I would like to see the city. It's okay. I'd like to see the city include some type of communication on this subject on the city's website and/or Facebook page. I think I heard Director Hunt mention something about a right-of-way earlier. I think maybe. But I've had multiple right-of-ways, and so there does seem to be confusion. And we talked about it when we were looking at one of the agenda items. And so if we could put something out to explain to citizens the responsibility of a right-of-way and how, if it's not in its current condition, it can be maintained. How do we get it to where it can be maintained? I do have a question for Mr. Patterson. We are going to be meeting with some of the individuals that have made complaints in the past week, but some of these cross ward lines, and individuals that came to me, they come to an individual because they're comfortable with them. So what happens, like for example, and this might be a J question. So City of Fayetteville has 2 wards, 2 representatives per ward. How can they not violate the FOIA law and still both board of directors be present to hear and represent that citizen?
Philip, you want to give him a mic there?
Oh, sorry. Go through the FOIA procedures and announce that as a meeting and notify the press.
Okay.
Conduct it as a board meeting.
Okay, so if we both want to attend, we just got to let Mr. Patterson know.
Have to, I mean, if you would want him to then go through the process of notifying the press and conducting it as a regular board meeting, yes.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking.
Yes, I appreciate, because I do appreciate Mr. Patterson meeting with the citizens.
Yes, and it would have to be somewhere there would be provisions made for it. It would have to be recorded as well.
Okay. Okay, that was a question in consideration because we do have some wards that cross. Sorry. Okay.
Is that it?
I've also been asked, what does the city have planned for the medium down 412? Some have asked if we're putting in trees or taking out grass. They are just curious what is going to happen. I would like to see communication on that as well, if possible.
We've had a workshop on that and passed it at the board, so there should be plenty of information available to that. I'm just not sure exactly how you pull that out, but all that information is there already because we've already been through this one. And got the money from the Walton family on some of it and everything like that. So
yeah, and it's good to advertise what we're doing.
Okay.
I have to say I made a mistake tonight regarding Ordinance 2010. I heard Directors Hunt, Smiley, and Coleman identify changing it to indefinitely. I guess I lost on my voting. I got lost on my voting. I would like to see we extend the grandfather from the lower number of 12 to a higher number, and I don't think we followed through on that discussion, and I would like to see that we follow through.
We didn't. It wasn't discussed, but then there's still a third reading to come.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I want to make sure on the third reading we kind of follow through because we keep mentioning it, but we don't follow through. Okay. And then I hope that on Ordinance 2014 that the city and Mr. Chavez can find something that works to provide low-income housing, which is in great need for Siloam Springs. I know the meeting went late, but I'm glad to see all the citizens participating. This has been a crazy year for our world and our nation. I appreciate the community I live in and the compassion we have for one another. My family and I pray for the safety of all, and the happiness will soon replace the trials of 2020.
Read.
The word fear can mean that we're afraid, but it can also be a sign of respect, such as the fear of God. And I think in the world we live in, we need to show respect for pandemic, for what's going on in our society, but not live being afraid. We have lives. I just want to encourage everyone to live it to the fullest as you show that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Carol?
Thank you, Mayor. Sympathies to the Brooker family.
He was a good man. Thank you, Chief Gilbert, for all of your information. I really appreciated that. I also want to thank Simmons Foods for the agility equipment that they installed. Well, the city installed it, I think, but they donated for the dog park. I want to have us think about using a consent agenda. If we'd had a consent agenda, we could have put some of these together. If you didn't like one, you could take it out, but you vote one on it's kind of bundling them together. And I've used it in different boards that I've been on, so I would like to see that possibly an opportunity for us. And I too want to see something about the grandfather clause. I still like a permanent grandfather clause with all of the stipulations that a couple of the other board members mentioned for the solar ordinance. And I pray for our nation. It just makes me sad to see what people do. I just keep saying it's a crazy world out there. And I hope it gets better, and I'm praying that it does. Thank you.
Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm not done. I believe somebody turned a year older yesterday. Is that correct?
That's what
and I think it was.
I heard that, yeah.
Was it you? Huh?
My 39th anniversary of some birthday or something like that.
Well, happy
Hey,
birthday.
that's my line.
I don't think, I can't remember whether I sent you a text or not, but belated happy birthday.
I'm an
to you.
accountant. I'm not a mathematician, so I don't know how old it is.
All right.
Yeah, it was a great time. I had lots of very kind comments, and my family all got together Sunday, and we had some super good food catered by my kids and my wife, with a fantastic carrot cake, which I can always accept, and it was just a good time. I don't mean to be a mean person, because I like to have First Amendment rights. I like to hear people say what they need to say in our board meetings, but I would reflect on our January resolution where we abided by a 3-minute rule. I had to calculate the timer down here, but it wouldn't work, so I couldn't send it to Reed, because he'd look at it and think it was a TV, and he didn't know what to do with it. But anyway, I appreciate the comments from the Chamber of Commerce, and I appreciate their activities that they mentioned with the small businesses and helping through this COVID situation as much as they could. And I do sincerely appreciate our police department. I've had a fantastic relationship with them for 13 or 14 years, and fortunately I was on the good side. I haven't had to have a relationship on the other side, and I hope I never will. But I do know that if I ever did, I'd be treated fairly, and Chief Gilbert mentioned that today, and I think he should be applauded along with all the other command staff and all the other officers. That's a hard job. And my wife and I pray for every siren we hear, whether it be a fire engine or an ambulance or a police car. And it's important that we keep those people in their prayers, and because they got a rough job and they're dealing with some crazies, and that's unfortunate. Mr. Mayor, if there's no further business, I move that we adjourn.
Motion and a second, we adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. We are adjourned. Whoopig.